organizations. 1, Kenya Industry and Entrepreneurship Project, State Department for Industrialization. 2, Mombasa-Nairobi Addis Ababa Road Corridor Development Project, Kenya National Highways Authority. 3, Timboroa Eldoret Road Rehabilitation Project, Kenya National Highways Authority. 4, Port Reitz Moi International Airport Project, Kenya National Highways Authority. 5, Global Fund to ensure provision of quality care and prevention services for all people in Kenya with TB, leprosy and lung diseases program, the National Treasury. And lastly, 6, the Kenya Power and Lighting Company Limited, PLC. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order. Chairperson, Public Debt and Privatization Committee. Is the chairperson here? Oh, proceed, Honorable Shure. Give him the portable mic if it's not working.
Yes, okay.
Get the portable mic.
I think we're good to...
But just have the portable mic, because we'll go off again.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, 16th November 2023, report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the consolidated fund services under the supplementary estimates 1 for the financial year 23-24. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I think, how many papers have you finished? Have you completed? Okay. Is there any other paper? Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Public Debt and Privatization Committee on its consideration of the consolidated fund services under the supplementary estimates 1 for the financial year 23-24, laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 16th of November 2023. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I don't have a copy of the order paper. Could you give me a copy of the order paper?
Very good.
Let's proceed.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statement by the Honorable Onyango Koyo. He's not present. I think there is Honorable Gasairo. I think there's a statement. Proceed. Just, okay. They're bringing your mic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding harassment of candidates undertaking the KCSE examinations in various schools within Kitutu Masaba constituency, Nyamira County, for allegedly examination irregularities.
Chairperson for Education Committee, Honorable Meli. That statement is directed at you. So you better start again, he wasn't listening.
I'll do that, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding harassment of candidates undertaking the KCSE examinations in various schools within Kitutu Masaba constituency, Nyamira County, for alleged examination irregularities. Honorable Speaker, following reported claim of examination irregularity at Nyambaria Boys High School and St. Paul's Gekano High School, candidates in the two schools have been subjected to harassment, intimidation, and victimization. Whereas the Kenya National Examination Council is obliged to ensure proper supervision of national examinations in order to guarantee its integrity, the unprofessional and intimidating manner in which supervision of the ongoing 2023 KCSE is being done completely deviates from the acceptable standards. This has subjected candidates to psychological torture, a situation which might affect their desired output in the exams. Honorable Speaker, on Monday, 6th November 2023, NEC dispatched undercover supervisors to Nyambaria Boys and St. Paul's Gekano High School to invigilate the examination instead of the authorized invigilators. Subsequently, the center managers of the two institutions were hastily suspended without adequate consideration of the merits of the causal claims. On Tuesday, 14th November 2023, students in Nyambaria High School, exasperated by the harassment, protested after security teams and invigilators ordered them to strip half naked for frisking, which is a dehumanizing and retrogressive demand. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1. Why are candidates being subjected to harassment during the examination time? 2. State the reasons why Nyambaria Boys and St. Paul's Gekano seems to be targeted centers for possible examination malpractice in the ongoing examination. What are the supervisory measures that the Ministry of Education and the Kenya National Examination Council have put to mitigate incidences of examination irregularities in the ongoing KCSE and the recorded cases of malpractice, if any? 4. State the extent of investigations of incidences in affected schools and assurances to safeguard innocent candidates from the risk of examination cancellation without due process. 5. What is the role of officers from the National Police Service and the Directorate of Criminal Investigation in examination of centers and the extent to which they are allowed to enforce any measures against alleged examination malpractice to avoid harassment of candidates? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson for Education, Honorable Meli, do you want to give the way forward?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll bring a response in the next 2 weeks. I know the matter is important and exams are going on. We'll consult with the CS and then I'll bring a statement back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
But is it? Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the Parliament of Uganda who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises of the members of the Committee of Science, Technology and Innovations. They are the Honorable Remego Achio, MP and Chairperson of the Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation. The Honorable Dr. Asilimwe Florence Akiki, MP, Vice Chairperson. And the Honorable Patrick Bingi Nyazi, Member of Parliament and Member of the Committee. They are accompanied by Ms. Naulin Nakajako, who is a research officer. Honorable members, the delegation is in the country on the training of the African Institute of Capacity Development in the Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology for the purposes of learning, share experiences, and best practices in the execution of the committee's mandate. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the entire National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagement during their training at the prestigious Jomo Kenyatta University of Science and Technology. Thank you. Before we go to the Honorable Chairperson for Agriculture.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, on the 24th of October this year, the Honourable Member for Moroni, Honourable Nyango Koyo, requested for a statement from the from my office, my committee, and I wish to report to the House that, Honourable Speaker, I have gotten the response from the ministry, and I will proceed to give that response. Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, the Honourable Onyango Koyo MP requested for a statement on the 24th of October 2023 regarding the planned importation of meal, white or brown sugar, sugar duty-free into the country. The Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development responded as follows to the issues raised in the statement. The first issue was to provide a report on the volume of duty-free sugar that has been imported into the country since the beginning of the year 2023 and details of companies that imported duty-free sugar into the country within the stated period, including the directors of the named companies. Honourable Speaker, the CS went ahead to say that the country has been experiencing sugar shortages and high prices of the commodity. The sugar shortage has been addressed by allowing imports of sugar into the country. A total of 163,827 metric tons of duty-free sugar landed into the country between January and September 2023. The second issue that the Honourable Member wanted to respond to was to provide details of companies that have been authorized to import the newly gazetted 250,000 metric tons of duty-free sugar into the country, including the directors of these companies. And the response, Honourable Speaker, is that the government issued import licenses to various companies to import the 250,000 metric tons of sugar. The third issue was to explain the measures that the relevant ministries have put in place to ensure that importation of duty-free sugar into the country does not slow down revival of the sugar industry, of the country's sugar industry. Honourable Speaker, the government has adopted a policy of subsidizing production through provision of subsidized fertilizers and other farm inputs to sugar growers. Other programs initiated through the deliberate policy on promotion of local production include the following. Number one, availing good quality planting material through setting up nurseries which will provide planting materials for bulking. The second one is development of regulations for establishment and management of sugarcane buying centers. And the third one is implementation of the Presidential Task Force recommendations on regional zoning to enable millers plan better for cane development and facilitate enforcement of cane supply contracts. Number D, the Cabinet has approved the leasing of state-owned mills to private investors under management contracts. The fourth issue that the honourable member sought was to provide data on the country's current and projected sugar production vis-à-vis domestic demand that formed the basis upon which the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development advised the Treasury and Economic Planning Ministry to authorize importation of duty-free sugar. The response, Honourable Speaker, is that Kenya has been experiencing deficit in sugar production over the years. Over the years, the country has relied on commerce and sugar supplies under the sugar safeguard arrangement to meet the deficit. The annual national consumption of sugar is estimated at 1,140,000 metric tons. This comprises of about 980,000 metric tons of mill brown or white sugar and an estimated 160,000 metric tons of white sugar, which is white refined sugar. Currently, the sugar industry is facing an acute cane shortage across all zones, with the exception of the Transmara catchment area. Some factories have been milling immature cane with low percentage of cane of 8 compared to the industry standards of 13.5, as low as 8. For the period January to September 2023, the projected production was 450,000 metric tons. The actual amount of sugar produced during this period was actually 373,000 metric tons. Honourable Speaker, there are several observations that the ministry would like us to note. Number one, that local sugar production has drastically reduced, attributed to lack of adequate mature cane. Factories within the western and Nyanda regions have closed down to allow sugarcane in the field to mature. The second notable issue, Honourable Speaker, is that sugar prices have risen to unprecedented levels. The prices are beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. Regionally, the prices have also sugar shortage in the country. The government decided to allow imports of brown table sugar from outside the Commerce region. The region, in order to make the commodity available to consumers at reasonable prices. The final issue that the honourable member wanted clarified is to explain the measures that the government has put in place to ensure that contraband and contaminated sugar does not infiltrate into the market during the period of importation of sugar. And the response is that, first of all, there is regulation of sugar importation. This is done by implementing the crops or sugars through imports, exports and byproducts regulations 2020. All sugar imports are vetted, subjected through a pre-import evaluation procedure as detailed here below. The first thing is that the application for registration and issuance of import or export permits is received through the Agriculture and Food Authority and Integrated Management Information System, the system of that particular authority. The second issue is that evaluation of the application is undertaken and approved through the following stages: checking, verification, sugar directorate, licensing committee, and AFA registration and licensing committees. The evaluation is based on submission of the following requirements: the profile of the applicant company, certificate of incorporation or certificate of registration of the company, business permit, PIN certificate, CR12, latest audited accounts, identity cards or passports for company directors, tax compliance certificate, and director's certificate of good conduct. Honourable Speaker, the second issue is that pre-shipment approvals to comply with the following conditions: import the sugar within the stipulated days from the date of approval. The second issue is that the sugar imported must be fit for human consumption. The third issue is that the sugar must comply with the Kenyan standards from brown to milled white sugar specification, which is KS EAS 16 4:200 and KS EAS 74/9/2010. And finally, seek release orders from the Sugar Directorate for each consignment at the port of entry during the clearance. The third issue is that in ensuring quality is that Kenyan Bureau of Standards tests and analyzes imported sugar into the country to ensure quality. And finally, inspectors and compliance certificates, compliance officers have been posted to all entry points to inspect and issue release orders for all sugar shipments. The inspectors work in collaboration with other government agencies and the National Police to prevent contaminated sugar from entering Kenya. Offenders are therefore prosecuted. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable members, because the system wasn't working earlier, kindly pull out your cards and relog them again so that they can be seen. And honourable members, I seek your indulgence that we reorder the order paper and move to order number 12. So next order, order 12, read it. Oh, Majority Leader, I'm told you're supposed to issue the statement before the next order. Let's allow them to give you, fix the mic for you. You're safer using the portable mic.
Okay. Honourable Speaker, this is the usual Thursday statement. On behalf of the House Business Committee, Honourable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2A, I want to give the following statement. One, Honourable Speaker, allow me to commend members and committees for their active participation, which has seen the consideration and conclusion of a number of key items of business in the House, which the House Business Committee truly appreciates. As members will recall, yesterday the House adopted a motion resolving to hold morning sittings on the Thursdays of 16th, 23rd, and 30th of November 2023 for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. I therefore urge committees to expedite any pending business to enable its conclusion by the House within the sitting days remaining as we head closer to the recess period. Honourable Speaker, with regards to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to consider the following bills at various stages, some of which are listed in today's order paper. One, the first and second reading and Committee of the Whole House on the Supplementary Appropriations Bill 2023, and two, the second reading of the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023. Additionally, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in the order paper today, should they not be concluded in the course of this sitting. One, report of the 1970 UNESCO Convention on the means of prohibiting and preventing the illicit import, export, and transfer of ownership of cultural property. Two, report on the loans contracted by the national government between May 2022 and April 2023. Three, report of the Kenya delegation to the 4th General Assembly of the Eastern Africa Parliamentary Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition, EAPA-FSN, held in Kigali, Rwanda. 4, reports of the Auditor General on 23 non-compliant state corporations. 5, report on the proceedings of the second ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament. And 6, report on the proceedings of the 2023 United Nations High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development. Honourable Speaker, with regards to the attendance of Cabinet Secretaries to answer questions from members, I wish to inform the House that due to priority business scheduled for next week, the Cabinet Secretaries who are scheduled to appear on Wednesday, 22nd November 2023, have been rescheduled to a later date. Honourable Speaker, in conclusion, the House Business Committee shall reconvene on Tuesday, 21st November 2023 to schedule business for the rest of that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable members, before we go to order number 10, we'll reorganize the order paper and we'll start with order number 12 for the convenience of the House. So next one.
Order number 12, the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, second reading.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to begin by thanking the Chair of the Jaila Committee, the Honorable Murugara, and all the other 14 members of this committee who took a lot of their time, including during the time of the short recess. And I want to believe even at the time when we had the long recess, they had work ongoing, especially on public participation, in considering this bill and for the report they tabled before the House, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I thank the committee, Honorable Speaker, it's good to note that Article 73(2)(c) of our Constitution of 2010 provides that the guiding principles of leadership and integrity, one of the guiding principles, as stipulated in that article, is the declaration of personal interest that may conflict with public duties. Further, Honorable Speaker, Article 75(1)(a) and (b) of the Constitution requires a state officer to behave whether in public and in his official or her official capacity, in private life, or in association with other persons, in a manner that avoids any conflict of interest between personal interests or between a public officer's personal interests and their official duties, or in any way compromising any public or official interest in favor of a personal interest. Honorable Speaker, conflict of interest indeed has been identified as one of the primary and key drivers of corruption in our country and the world over. And that is why, Honorable Speaker, this bill comes in at a critical time when we are discussing the Mambo ni Matatu phenomenon, as announced by President William Ruto, on what he has described as wakora, wafisadi, that is crooks, and the corrupt. Honorable Speaker, in dealing with the corrupt, whether you want to deal with them using the Mambo ni Matatu, or whether you want to deal with them in terms of engaging in public discourse on how we we wage the fight against corruption, we cannot do so without the requisite legal framework that enables us, even ourselves as public officers, not to have any conflict of interest as we carry out our mandate. Honorable Speaker, an analysis of all the existing policy, legal, institutional, and the legal framework indicates that various statutes and policy documents containing provisions of the management of conflict of interest that exist in our laws and various policies are in a way conflicting, and a proper framework does not exist. Similarly, Honorable Speaker, the administration of conflict of interest is anchored in a multiplicity of institutions, be it the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, be it the NCIC and other constitutional commissions, or investigative agencies that deal with matters that touch on conflicts of interest. And therefore, this multiplicity is one of institutions that are dealing with matters, conflict of interest, is a matter that we also need to address. And that is part of the issues that this bill seeks to address, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I mentioned, these provisions, however, are implemented independently, leading to weak and very uncoordinated application. And you find, Honorable Speaker, that the multiplicity of the provisions that exist, the fact that they are harbored or carried out by various agencies, they do so independently. EACC will do their work independently, DCI will do their work independently, so will the work of the DPP or other agencies, Honorable Speaker, including our constitutional commissions. And therefore, this has led into a system where everybody is doing things independently, and therefore we end up with a very weak and uncoordinated application of whatever policies or laws that we want to implement. This bill, Honorable Speaker, seeks to cure that and proposes to have a harmonized and coordinated legal and institutional framework for management of conflict of interest in Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, members, if members look at the objects of the bill, right at the back of the bill, you will see part of what the objective of this proposed legislation seeks to do is to promote objectivity and impartiality in official decision making, ensuring that the integrity of decision makers is not compromised by private interests, enhancing public confidence in the delivery of public services, providing a framework for the regulation and management of real, apparent, or perceived, or even potential conflict of interest between public interest and private interest, and finally, to provide an institutional framework, as I mentioned, for the management of conflict of interest. Honorable Speaker, as I've mentioned, there is need to provide an institutional framework on how we manage conflict of interest, Honorable Speaker. As I said, conflict of interest is one of the key drivers of corruption and abuse of office, one of also the key drivers when it comes to matters touching on state capture, Honorable Speaker, that we know has driven corruption in this country and even in the other countries around the world, Honorable Speaker. And what other progressive democracies have done, Honorable Speaker, is to ensure that there is absolutely no conflict of interest between your personal interest or your private business and other interests while you are serving as a public officer. And Honorable Speaker, what we are doing now is just bringing our legal and institutional framework to that level where other developed democracies in the world have gotten their status to. A situation where it is clear to any public officer what their private interests are and what are public interests, Honorable Speaker, so that we do not have situations where private interests supersede public interest, Honorable Speaker, especially in the discharge of duties by public officers who are serving in public office. And Honorable Speaker, you know, in this country, we have spoken, I think, since we attained our independence close to 60 years ago. Actually, 60 years ago this year, we shall be celebrating our 60 years as a republic in another 2 or 3 weeks on December 12th. But since the establishment of the first government under Prime Minister Jomo Kenyatta, and even before that under the colonial governor, Honorable Speaker, the talk about corruption is something that has pervaded our public discourse. But unfortunately, it has ended up just being that. Simply talk. We talk about corruption, and the ones who speak loudest about corruption end up being the most corrupt. And it is a fact, Honorable Speaker. Look at successive governments from the Kenyatta regime to the Moi regime, even beyond the Moi regime after 24 years, Honorable Speaker. Many people, those who led in the second liberation, accused the Nyayo regime of being the most corrupt regimes in Africa. But what did they do when they attained instruments of power? And you remember, Honorable Speaker, those who are said, they are now saying it is our time to eat. The same people who are telling others who are eating were now saying it was their time to eat. But the question that pervades, Honorable Speaker, what are you eating and whose are you eating? When you are charged with the responsibility of being a public officer, you eat what is given to you as your salary, not using your public office to advance selfish personal business interests. Look at the structure of our economy today, Honorable Speaker. Anybody who is worth being called anybody in the business world today, less than 2% of our business community in this country today can stand up and we say they're inventors of this or that product or run this or that industry, and that is why they are prominent and successful business people. Success in business in this country has been equated to access to power. Those who have access to political power are also coincidentally the most successful in business. And it is no coincidence, Honorable Speaker. And if we need and if we mean business in the fight against corruption, if we do not have a proper institutional and legal framework to deal with issues, to deal with conflict of interest, the situation as it were during the colonial government, the Kenyatta government, the Moi government, and all successive governments will continue to be. And I say this, Honorable Speaker, knowing we have a new administration. But we are fortunate, Honorable Speaker, we have an administration where the president is leading from the front, not in talking like others have done before him, but in acting and ensuring that we have proper legislation, proper legal institutional frameworks to deal with matters to do with the fight against corruption. Honorable Speaker, in fact, 3 weeks ago, or about a month ago, when this bill was before the committee, I had one of the rare privileges to receive a call from the president, and he asked me, Leader, I know many of you may be conflicted, but this conflict of interest bill is for the greater interest of the public and of our republic and our country. And he told me, please ask the committee to expedite so that Parliament may have the opportunity to debate issues that I hear parliamentarians all over the country speaking about state capture. And you know, Honorable Speaker, I have been guilty of always speaking about state capture. I hear parliamentarians speak about the fight against corruption and how they are intent on supporting government in the fight against corruption. The tool for parliamentarians to show their willingness, their determination in supporting the fight against graft in this country is in your support of this bill. Honorable Speaker, I know there are certain small issues that we may discuss and members may want to amend. And it is okay to support this bill with amendments, Honorable Speaker, just like we do in legislation making in all other bills. Because we will debate in the second reading, but the actual legislation is done in the committee of the whole. And I will invite members to be available even in the committee of the whole. Last week, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Chepkonga moved an amendment on the NGCDF amendment bill. And close to 100 members are now crying. But out of all those 100 members, less than 5 were in the House when a matter as important as the NGCDF amendment bill was going through the actual lawmaking process. I invite you, be present even during the third reading, even as we debate this conflict of interest bill, Honorable Speaker, so that we are able to make legislation for posterity. Legislation that will ensure in the future of our country, whether it is the current administration, whether it is administrations that will come after the Kenya Kwanza administration, no public officer will ever use their access to power and their public offices to advance selfish, not political, although at times even political, selfish business interests, Honorable Speaker. It is no coincidence, Honorable Speaker, as I was saying, that the most affluent and wealthy people in this country, in one way or another, have either been in political leadership or are related to those who are in political leadership, or in a way have had some affiliation of whatever nature with those in political leadership, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I always draw reference, because I cannot draw reference to administrations that I have seen as a parliamentarian and as an adult. I was a child during the Moi regime, the Nyayo regime. I was a young child together with Honorable Junet. But we were grown-ups. During the Kibaki regime, we saw what President Mwai Kibaki was able to do with our economy. We were parliamentarians. during the Jubilee regime under President Kenyatta. We saw what state capture can do to damage a country for good. Today, we are paying the price of state capture under the Jubilee and the Kenyatta regime. And you know, Honorable Speaker, because this afternoon I have seen, or this morning I have seen a very eloquent presentation by some of our political leaders on what they call dossiers. But when I listen to the dossier, Honorable Speaker, all I could hear is protection of state capture of yesteryears. All I could hear, Honorable Speaker, is a lot of hot air and political propaganda designed and cleverly designed to protect state capture of the last regime. Honorable Speaker, today the most prevalent discussion you'll find anywhere, in any restaurant you walk to, in any shopping center you find people gathered, is the cost of fuel, or how terrible the economy is, Honorable Speaker. But many of us in the political leadership are never honest with Kenyans, honest enough to tell them that the problems that we are dealing with today are not a creation of the last 9-12 months of the Kenya Kwanza government, but are a creation of the state capture and conflict of interest of the previous regime and past regimes in this country. Regimes that used access to power to create an environment that was good for their banking businesses. Regimes that used consumer subsidies in the pretext of safeguarding consumers, but at the expense, great expense of our economy, and in advancing the private interests of those who are oil marketers and in the oil marketing business, Honorable Speaker. And they are known in this country. Honorable Speaker, the way to deal with these issues is not to shout about corruption, is not to shout about state capture. Honorable Speaker, I will sit throughout this debate to see how many of us here today will rise to advance state capture, will rise to support conflict of interest of public officers in public offices. Honorable Speaker, I say this with due respect to all of us because we are also state officers. And it's good many of us, Honorable Speaker, are very diligent. Even those who who joined Parliament at the time when members of Parliament were state officers who were patrons of their NGCDF. There are many members of Parliament who ensure there is proper oversight of NGCDF even when they sat in those committees. Today, members of Parliament don't implement NGCDF projects, but they always carry the political baggage of any questions, audit questions that come with their NGCDF projects, Honorable Speaker. The way to protect yourselves is to ensure that this law becomes law and we properly define who takes responsibility over what. So that tomorrow, if there's an audit question, is your NGCDF, as much as you're expected to take political responsibility, the person who may have misappropriated resources, if that would be the case of the audit question, will be held to account, but not you as a politician. Many members of Parliament have lost their seats on account of misconceptions about management of NGCDF. One of the ways to protect yourself is to ensure that there is actually no clear or perceived conflict of interest in your constituency on matters to do with the NGCDF because you are a public or a state officer, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this bill is quite heavy with very many clauses, and we may go on and on and on and on, and to allow others, Honorable Speaker, to be able to contribute, I want to plead with all of us to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill will help all of us as a country in dealing with corruption, in dealing with state capture, in ensuring that public officers will never act in the interest of their private interest at the expense of the greater public good. Honorable Speaker, allow me to now move and request the chair of the Jailer Committee, who Honorable Junet will understand. I know he would have wanted to second this, but the chair of the Jailer Committee, having tabled the report, wish to request him to second the Honorable Murugara, Sir George Murugara.
Which observations are quite informative when it comes to debating and voting on the bill. This is a bill which seeks to entrench Chapter 6 of the Constitution into legislation, into an act of parliament.
Order, Honorable Murugara.
Thank you.
It seems we have a problem with the mics. I would propose you move to the dispatch box. It will be easier for every member to contribute from there. We have put the stand there. Then you can be able to peruse your documents better.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. This is not loud enough. Madam Speaker. Yes. Is it working?
Use this, Murugara.
Sorry about these technical issues. I think something has gone awfully wrong. But as I said, Madam Speaker, allow me to move to second this bill and call upon the members of the House to get a copy of the report by the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee as regards its deliberations on the bill and the observations made. It's a report that is going to help all of us while we are debating and eventually as we vote on the bill. It is important to point out that Chapter 6 of the Constitution deals with ethics and other matters that govern both state officers and public officers. It is important also to note that conflict of interest in every transaction is one of the most important declarations that have to be made before any transaction can take place in what we call arm's length situations. This is where all the parties are actually equal to the transaction and not one or two parties are favored in such a way that they have undue advantage when it comes to the transaction. The conflict of interest bill has several sections which have to be dealt with clause by clause when it comes to the committee of the whole House. We have made observations which will call for amendments when it becomes necessary, and members are encouraged to read the bill, because if there is need to amend the bill, then the right time to do so would be at the committee of the whole House stage, which is the third reading of the bill. The bill starts with what a conflict of interest is and proceeds to make instances which would constitute conflict of interest. All of these, you will have to make your own declaration as regards the conflict and when it comes to property also, so that the government is able, especially through the entity of the Anti-Corruption Commission, to establish whether there has been undue accumulation of wealth. Then we move on to the part that deals with the complaints, who is to complain against an officer, a state officer or public officer. And once a complaint is made, how do you investigate that complaint? Eventually, what measures are to be taken, and Finally, we have the miscellaneous provisions and the schedules that are supposed to apply to the Act. Very important, I would urge the members to read this bill clause by clause. I would also urge you to read the report by JLAC. And at the end of the day, the debate is going to be enriched. We will be making an informed decision as we vote for this bill when the time comes. Madam Speaker, with those very many remarks, I beg to second. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, before I propose the question, allow me to recognize pupils from the Loita Plains Academy, Narok South constituency from Narok County, seated in the public gallery. Join me in welcoming them to observe the proceedings of the House. Honorable members, I therefore propose the question. I propose that the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, be now read a second time. Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this bill. Madam Speaker, I support the bill. Madam Speaker, let's be honest to each other. And I've listened to the mover who did eloquently move the bill, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this House, and I've said this previously in other bills when we were passing the health bills, Madam Speaker, we pass many bills that are very good, but they are never implemented, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this issue of conflict of interest that is being addressed in this bill is addressed in this House through the standing orders. When you're in a committee, there's a clause in the standing orders that says you must declare your interest if you're an interested party in a matter that's before a committee. Madam Speaker, this country has suffered since independence because of conflict of interest. But I strongly believe that this bill is before this House today just to make the donors and the IMF happy, Madam Speaker. It's not about addressing the real issues that this country is going through. That is my view, and that's what I think is driving this agenda, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue, so long as civil servants, state officers are doing businesses, Madam Speaker, conflict of interest will never end in this country, Madam Speaker. And people will use all kinds of excuses and manners to hide themselves so that they are not found guilty of the same statute that we are going to pass here, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if we are passing this bill just for the sake of it, as I have said, to make the donors happy, then let us be told that this is for that purpose. But if we seriously want to address the issues the mover has raised, Madam Speaker, then when we pass this bill, we must see action that follows after this bill has been passed, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I wanted the majority to listen to me that, you know, we cannot have a regime in this country that is governing through lamentations and excuses, Madam Speaker. The previous people have done this, the previous people have done that. If they have done so much wrong, reverse it and take action where necessary, Madam Speaker, within the law. Madam Speaker, this is 1.5 years now of this regime, and we normally have elections so that better people can come to power so that they can address the issues that have been done wrongly by the previous regime, Madam Speaker. But we are stuck somewhere, just looking at the side mirror, and you know in a car, the front mirror is bigger than the side mirror, Madam Speaker. You keep on telling us, reminding us, oh, it is the previous regime, oh, it is the previous group that did this. Why can't you reverse it? Why can't you address it? And why can't you use the law to address those matters, Madam Speaker? Madam Speaker, conflict of interest is the one thing that has killed this country. But don't just point fingers on other people. See the log also in your eye. There is a lot of conflict of interest that's happening as of now. We know that, Madam Speaker. You know, what is this thing called? Edible oil was imported. Sugar is being imported. A lot of things are being imported. Kenyans don't know who's doing it. Kenyans need to be told in the spirit of transparency. Who are these people who are doing those business even now, Madam Speaker? They're not being brought by foreigners or by people who are not known, Madam Speaker. So we must make sure that we call a spade, and if the bill is good for everyone, then let us pass it so that this country can be saved once and for all, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the majority leader has said that he became an old man when President Kibaki was in power. Before that, he was walking around with pants in Kikuyu constituency and Kikuyu streets, which I agree with him. I was also the same. But Madam Speaker, in Migori, Madam Speaker, I want to urge the House that if we pass, we have the implementation committee in this House, Madam Speaker, that is supposed to follow up all the bills and all the statutes that have been passed in this House, Madam Speaker. There are many statutes that we have passed that are of good, but they are just eating dust in shelves somewhere, Madam Speaker. And you know, in the end of the year, we say, next year, when we come after the leave session, or last session, we passed 150 bills as a House. How many are functioning? How many are implemented? How many have not been implemented, Madam Speaker? So, Madam Speaker, the issue of conflict of interest, I've said, and I've repeated, I want to repeat again, that so long as civil servants, state officers are doing businesses, the conflict of interest will always be there, Madam Speaker. But if we want to address that thing genuinely, when issues of butchery and meat is being discussed, the majority leader must declare his interest and say, I'm a butcher man, I run butcheries in Kikuyu, and this matter I cannot involve myself. We know he's running butcheries. So that is the way it is. He cannot supply meat to Parliament, Madam Speaker, for example. He cannot supply meat to Parliament, for example, the majority leader, because we know he's running butcheries, Madam Speaker. So that is the right way to do it, Madam Speaker. And I'm using him as an example. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support the bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Junet. Next chance will go to the member for Bomet, Honorable Lynette Chepkorir, aka Toto. Okay, not on this. The next chance will go to the member for Tinderet, Honorable Julius Meli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support this bill, and I want to say that the Jailer Committee, led by Honorable Murungara, has done a good job. Conflict of interest bill, Madam Speaker, is actually trying to address the issue of government officers using their positions, Madam Speaker, to their advantage, noting that a lot of problems that this country has faced arises out of when officials within government have a lot of interest, especially in provision of services, in provision of supplies, and also in ensuring that the concerned state departments and the concerned state officials who have particular interest in that particular organization are not allowed to participate. Madam Speaker, there has been an issue, especially on the issue of milk in this country, where certain laws were brought to this House in 2021 and 2020, that the laws were tailored, and even the regulations are tailored to benefit certain sectors of the economy, where the influencers of those particular productions have a lot of majority and have a lot of interest. I also want to say this, Madam Speaker, when you look at even in the sugar industry, Madam Speaker, you'll realize that regulations in the sugar industry and even in the coffee industry at times are normally tailored to benefit certain benefactors who have a lot. They play a lot, especially in the export. They also play a lot in the manufacture of the sugar. And at times, Madam Speaker, you'll realize that even the coffee sector, when you look at the brokers, the farmers, and even the millers, when a law is being developed and an institution has an interest in it and an officer has an interest in it, if it is not stopped, then that particular law will not serve the interest of the public. It will not serve the interest of the general public. That's why what JLAC has done is actually to ensure that any public officer, any person who has interest in any facility is actually not allowed to participate in that particular business. I thank you and I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kinangop.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this bill. From the onset, Madam Speaker, I must say that I have listened carefully to, when the mover was moving this particular bill, and I must say that I support this conflict of interest bill, but of course with a bit of reservations, and I am happy that the leader of majority has have acknowledged that there are some sections that needs to be amended, and indeed during committee stage I'll make sure that I present to this House the amendments that I'm desirous of moving, so that then we can fine-tune and align this particular bill to the facts that we have on the ground. You realize, Madam Speaker, more often than not, we are conflicted, whether in our duties as members of Parliament, when our brothers and sisters are working in public offices, they will at one point or another be conflicted, because especially for those who are working in human resource offices, those who are working in procurement offices, you realize that your relatives may apply for jobs and you are required to interview them and have them and come up with the best candidate in terms of merit. And by chance, it could be that it is your relative who has the requisite qualifications, and therefore the issue of reporting that you're conflicted should not deny a person an opportunity to work in any public office just because their relatives are in that office. On the issue of procurement, Madam Speaker, I am a key, I've been very keen to understand Public Procurement and Disposal Act of 2015. And the officers of the government who do evaluation of tenders and all take time to go through CR12 sectors are. The officers may be very innocent and maybe during evaluation find out that company A belongs to a relative, and actually that relative is the only person who is qualified to do that job. What do we do in such circumstances? Madam Speaker, I'm of the opinion that we are over-legislating, because Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act has set the standards and the threshold as to what needs to be done. Our standing orders, just like the Honorable Junera has just stated, Standing Order number 90 of the National Assembly has a way as to how conflict of interest should be dealt with. Once a member declares that he has interest, but that does not stop the member from doing what he's supposed to do, then it is allowed to pass. We do not want to pass a law that is going to give ethics and anti-corruption a lot of fodder than it is required. Because we must look at the merits and demerits of every law that we pass in this House, so that then we do not just legislate and give a lot of work to EACC, where we know they're already overburdened with the kind of workload that they have, and we are not even building capacity of EACC in terms of budget, in terms of human resource. And I think, Madam Speaker, it has come a time that we interrogate the kind of statutes that we're passing here, so that then we do not over-legislate. Madam Speaker, I happened to look at the definition of when a person can be seen to be conflicted. And a relative, from the definition of a relative, if I may read, Madam Speaker, a relative means a person who is related to a public officer by birth, marriage, common law, partnership, adoption, or affinity, and includes a public officer's father, mother, son, daughter, brother, sister, uncle, auntie, great uncle, first cousin, nephew, niece, husband, wife, grandfather, grandmother. The list is endless. I think this is too dangerous for this House to pass without taking into account the subject matter. Madam Speaker, this is a bill that we need to revisit before we pass and make it almost impossible for any of our relatives or relatives of people working in public offices to engage with the government in any way. I want to pose a question to this House. What happens, like the example that was given out here by the Honorable Junet, for a butchery owner who happens to be the leader of majority, and he happens to be the only person with the right quality of meat that can be that needs to be sold anywhere in this country, and now he cannot sell because he is the leader of majority. Yet we are not looking at the threshold. As much as that conflict, yes, is a public officer, he has the requisite skills, he has the requisite goods and services that are required to be consumed. And therefore, Madam Speaker, this bill, we must look at it with deeper lens, we must scrutinize it, we must bring about all the amendments that we need to bring before we pass it, because it will be effort in futility. We'll be shooting ourselves on the feet, and I dare say this, we'll be shooting ourselves on the feet if we dare pass this bill the way it is. I support the bill, but with reservations, because I'm going to bring about amendments that come at a stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Dende Nyoro, is your indication on this one or order number 10? Have you indicated to speak to this or the next?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I agree with all the other speakers that there has to be a clear demarcation between private enterprise and public service, Honorable Speaker. And, Honorable Speaker, part of the reasons why countries like ours, we are not able to unlock the potential of the citizens is because we take the easy route. And the easy route, Honorable Speaker, is usually where people interact with public resources. But you realize that, Honorable Speaker, when we are dealing with public resources and people enriching themselves through public resources, either via policy or directly taking public resources, Honorable Speaker, there is usually very little economic activity that is involved in making that money. And Honorable Speaker, therefore, as I rise to support any kind of bill that minimizes or even decimates corruption in our country, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I want to make one analogy and say that the reason why in countries like Kenya and Africa, why young and possibly enterprising people find it easier to join politics other than enterprise, which is, Honorable Speaker, a juxtaposition of what happens elsewhere, is basically because of extracting political rent. The reason why you find, for example, when you go to Wall Street, to the US, most of the young people, they graduate from universities, they either go to Wall Street or Silicon Valley, is because there is private enterprise that drives. But in Africa and other emerging economies, Honorable Speaker, and especially that which the state is still evolving, majority of those people, instead of creating value in private sector, they actually go to public sector, Honorable Speaker. And that is precisely because it is easier to extract political rent when you are dealing with a public office, something that efficiency in the private sector cannot give room. Honorable Speaker, sometimes we read on newspapers and we see cases, Honorable Speaker. And when we see a case, for example, an individual who has taken away with, let's say, 2 billion Kenya shillings, one way, Honorable Speaker, this, Honorable Speaker, creates no economic value. Because if you compare the same, an individual taking away with 2 billion Kenya shillings, and you compare the same with a private company making 2 billion Kenya shillings in net profit, Honorable Speaker, even to cite some of the listed companies, you find that a company that makes a net profit of 2 billion has got a lot of multiplier effect in the economy, and involves many other people in terms of employment and, of course, other value in terms of backward and forward integration. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, we must make laws that make it impossible or minimizes conflict of interest, Honorable Speaker, when it comes to public service, so that we demarcate clearly and have people who have the interest of serving serving in public sector, and those who are interested in making money, which is not a bad thing, actually making money where money should be found. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is important that we continue strengthening our laws to make sure that we zero in on the demarcation of what I have talked about. But, Honorable Speaker, I may have a slight problem on the definition of the conflict of interest, and especially on who the relative is. Because, Honorable Speaker, you know, even in companies, there is limited liability. And limited liability, Honorable Speaker, should also be in a person as a person. For example, citing my brother here, Honorable Moreu, he's a lawyer, but he could be having a brother who is a business person, Honorable Speaker. And you could find that Honorable Moreu is actually closer to a friend who they are not related to in terms of kin selection than a brother who they are related in terms of kin selection. And therefore, it will not be proper that then I load over Honorable Moreu the activities of his brother, for example. And then even going further, that even on Honorable Moreu's wife, and I'm using Honorable Moreu as an example, that is a relation. I don't think that is a very good path to tread on, Honorable Speaker, because then we put a lot of liability on an individual who otherwise have nothing to do with the activity of the other people who they are related in terms of kin selection. But I also have to say, Honorable Speaker, even as we talk about that, because conflict of interest is not just about making money, it is also about employment. Honorable Speaker, this happens as states evolve. Because when we look at nascent states, the only sociability that happens around a nascent state is that of kin selection. As the economies grow, as the nation grows, as a state evolves, Honorable Speaker, then the circle of sociability grows. And, Honorable Speaker, then what I'm trying to say is that conflict of interest is not just about tethering, because that is what is popular in Kenya. It is also about nepotism. It is also about opportunities within where we serve. So that when you are given an opportunity to serve in a state like ours, which is based on merit, the selection should basically always be in terms of merit. And not just selection in terms of who to employ, but also who to do business with. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I will be taking part in the amendments so that even as we strengthen the laws to demarcate clearly between public and private, then we do not give also law enforcement agencies an impossible job. Because in one way or the other, people are related. So I don't know what will be happening. Because like here in Parliament, I usually see Honorable John Paul. When you look at Honorable John Paul and you look at Honorable Kwenya for Kinagop, they look alike. So I don't know whether we'll be doing DNA or what will be the demarcation, Honorable Speaker, to determine who should actually deal with who. So let's not give our law enforcement agencies an impossible job. But also lastly, we must also depart from this idea that only an elected person is a public servant. Honorable Speaker, there is usually that confusion in Kenya. I see in many respects, where when you see, for example, a member of parliament or a governor or anyone elected, we seem to understand that the circle of public service is that small. But, Honorable Speaker, the people who actually call the shots in public service are not the elected leaders. They are the appointed servants or public servants. And reading this bill, Honorable Speaker, it is putting much more weight on an elected person, whereas even here, for example, as a member of parliament, I am not an accounting officer anywhere. even in CDF. I actually only play the oversight role. And therefore, we must not then continue criminalizing a person who has come out to serve, and then you want to block all their spheres in terms of blocking every other thing they do. And I'm not trying to say that politicians should do business. All I'm trying to say is that politician who is a business person should thrive in doing a business. But also, a public servant who is appointed, for example, a CS, a PS, a CEO, these people, Honorable Speaker, they are actually the ones who call the shots. Even these MPs go to queue in their offices, either especially looking for opportunities to serve in terms of projects, in terms of the people that we serve. And therefore, we should take the law where the rubber meets the road, and especially in accounting officers, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, honorable members, I know I'm getting a lot of questions on whether the item appearing on in order number 10 is still on today. That is the Committee of Supply. And maybe just to clarify that it's yes, still on the order paper. And as we said, we reorganized and we'll be going back to it when it is ready. The next chance will go to the member for Ugenya, Honorable David Ocheng.
Oh, thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill, Madam Speaker, is so timely. Because, Madam Speaker, whether this country will survive in the next 5-10 years as a going concern or not depends on how public servants behave. Madam Speaker, conflict of interest, Madam Speaker, has been a big issue, continues to be a big issue that I believe must be addressed. And Madam Speaker, I wanted to read the definition of public officer, Madam Speaker. And a public officer is defined as any person who renders government services, whether appointed or elected, full-time or part-time, permanent or temporary, and includes state officer and a member employee, blah, blah, blah. And these are people employed in any state organ, national government, county government. It includes everybody in government service, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for a long time in this country, roads were being done by engineers themselves. If you went to the water ministry, water contracts, water engineers. Road ministry, roads contracts, road engineers. If you went to forestry, public servants, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the reason I support this bill is that today, business is going on in the country. But public servants are the ones doing business, take this money, keep in their houses. Money is not circulating because of fear of corruption, people being apprehended because of corruption, Madam Speaker. And so, for us to be able to live well as a country, Madam Speaker, we should ensure that every Kenyan has an equal opportunity in business. Like my leader said, government spending in this country is almost 70% of the money that circulates around. And so, if government spending is only among a few people, Madam Speaker, we will not go anywhere. And Madam Speaker, much as I've heard my colleagues talking about selecting politicians, we are as guilty as charged. Today, and I dare say, today, almost the parliament here today, you control how roads are procured in your constituencies. You control your CDF projects. That's the truth. I don't fear saying that because, I mean, we must accept that there are things that if we do, the country doesn't grow. So you can have your say, I'll have mine. But it's because of our own failure to accept our own laws. This law is not being made for anybody else. It's being made for us. So don't expect that when this law is passed, you will be exempted. No. Let's agree that all of us as a people, we must respect our laws. Even us, we must stop interfering with tenders in our constituencies. We must stop interfering with tenders in roads, buildings, housing, everything. If we agree that this country has to grow, we must accept that all of us will play with the same rules. We cannot expect procurement officers in government offices to comply, and we don't comply. All of us must accept that this is a cancer that has messed up our country. The cancer that Madam Speaker, we are now passing the budget today, and I can tell you for sure, that in the budget we passed this afternoon, that is going to committee in this afternoon, there are people who already know that in this budget, this is for so and so, this is for so and so. How do we build a country that way? You pass a budget of 3 trillion shillings, and in that budget, people already have decided, yangu ni hii, yake ni ile. It can't work. And I don't care what members are saying. I don't care whether we're making noise or not. We have to shape up as a people. We cannot have a situation where we pass bills, but you don't want to follow the laws that we pass ourselves. This country is going down because politicians are greedy. They want to have everything, including myself. I'm also included in that definition. If we don't stop greed, if we don't stop primitive accumulation, we will not go anywhere. Madam Speaker, we have been complaining. In the last 11 months, we have complained about our PSS and our ministers, that they are in less than 1 year, we are seeing ministers who we knew what they used to earn, now vomiting on our shoes. We can see it clearly. All of us must act within the law. I mean, we cannot, Madam Speaker, have governors who we know didn't even have bicycles, now have apartments all over town. So this one, we cannot, members of parliament, we cannot hope to exempt ourselves from this law. This law passes, and I can say this, and I've said this severally. I believe that ESCC should start with us in parliament if you have to fight corruption in this country. Start here. ESCC, let it start here so that we deal with ourselves. Those of us who ask ministers for money when they come before us must be dealt with. We cannot have a country where we think we can just do things like this because of members of parliament. I disagree. So this law, Madam Speaker, for me is important. If it can be implemented to the letter, this country can be cleaned up. Everywhere. Judges in the judiciary, ministers in government, procurement officers, accountants, everyone wants to get rich because of where they work. So those who don't work in government, how will they get money? How will they win tenders? So Majority Leader, I want to request you, fast track this, and I agree with the definition of relative. I agree with it. People are hiding money in their sons-in-law's home, brothers-in-law's homes, and then you cry there's no liquidity. You cry there's no money in the economy. Yet you've taken monies in Kenya shillings, put them in dollars. In this country now today, Madam Speaker, there are no safes in the shops. You go to any of these shops, there's no safes. It's been bought by politicians so that they can keep money at home. And then you tell me that, oh, we can't. I mean, we must shape up. We must lead the way. It can't just go anywhere. So, Madam Speaker, I support this bill completely and request those who are concerned. I mean, you cannot tell me the police who picks 10 shillings, the police who picks 50 shillings today from a motorist there. It's a culture we've had for a long time. Why do someone want appointed to be a chairman of a department in government? Because he thinks that he's not going to an allowance. He believes that being a chairman of a commission or a committee or a board gives you a room into tenders. That's why they want to be appointed. Very few guys want to serve. And so this bill is about public service with honor and dignity and integrity. So we must agree as a people that our problems are our own and of our own doing. We've done this for the last 60 years. It has to change. If you're going to serve with dignity. Don't try to make money in your service and hope that someone else will not do it. Madam Speaker, so I request those who are concerned, the ESCC, our courts, the police system, once this law is passed, even lawyers like myself, I've seen lawyers, Madam Speaker, I've seen fellow advocates in this parliament. A matter is brought before this house, and then tomorrow I see an advocate in court on the same matter in this parliament. It doesn't help us. We can't work this way. We can't hope to build a country where anything goes. And so I want to ask the president, whoever he is today, that once this law is passed, he must also talk to his cabinet. He must speak to his PSS. He must speak to all his appointees that there's a new law in town. Ukishikwa, shauri yako. Madam Speaker, I support and thank you.
As said, member for Dagoretti North, Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support, but I know we shall have to really look at so many of the clauses and try and just clean it up so that it is a bill that all of us will appreciate. It will change how we think, how we look at things, how we appreciate our country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in the history of Kenya, we know the day we decided that you can do business and you are in the same ministry is the day we killed our country, is the day the culture of corruption entrenched into our country, into our minds, into our thinking, into how we do things daily. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, we have to say that as a country, if you are doing clean business, if you are able to pay your revenues, when I say clean business, Madam Speaker, I go back to what Kibaki had entrenched in this country. During the presidency of Mzee Kibaki, any Kenyan would do a tender. If you're eligible, you will be able to be given that tender. You didn't need to know who is who in an office or anything. Today, Madam Speaker, even when you are starting the tender, you are told you must give something for it to go to the next. And so we have inculcated a behavior that is going to really, even the future of our children is really, really dangerous. So for me, Madam Speaker, as I support, I just want to say this. We must agree that if it is conflict of interest, then indeed it starts from this House, Madam Speaker, because in the departmental committees is where we are doing all these things. But more importantly, we must accept that the directors, and that is why I've always said, Madam Speaker, if we really want to clean up all this mess, then we must agree to go back to performance contracts where there is a job group in the civil service. You must allow them to compete, to be on contracts, and when their contract is over, they can do 2 times and they leave, Madam Speaker. But when you have someone who has worked for 30 years, 35 years, really, it is very, very tough to bring in this law and say we shall be able to clean. We have to start cleaning at a very, very different level, Madam Speaker. I agree with the Honorable Bugenya that indeed it is time. We need to ask ourselves, do we want a better country where everyone can get something and move? Or do we want a country where we shall be counting numbers and saying, these 3 have been able to make billions? You know, in Kenya, I think in East Africa, people get surprised how we talk about billions. We just stand, and it's like a normal thing now in Kenya. But then the most important thing is that this is a bill not really to say that it will target anyone, but it's just a bill to clean up our own mess, Madam Speaker. And if we can agree in this House that indeed we are in a mess and there is need to deal with it, then I believe there can be a few amendments, Madam Speaker, and one of them is, for me, the most important thing is where nowadays we hide so many things in family. If we can clean that up, I don't need to hide if I'm doing a business. Let me do it in a clean way. Let it be gazetted that I did the business, because you're a Kenyan. But this one of saying you lose a family and the family, that's where the disease is, Madam Speaker. That's where we hide so many things, Madam Speaker. So we need to look at that. I agree that the issue of public officer, the ability to act objectively, I really want to say, as our chair of budget said, that these things start at a very, very different level. So from the director level, Madam Speaker, we need to ask ourselves, let us go the Chinese way, you know, or you do the way EPZs do, that when you are doing something, you pick on one thing and you move. The Chinese, if you are doing a car, it will move on steps and steps, Madam Speaker. By the time you are ending, nobody has credit because everyone has touched on it. But with this one, even preparing the whole document, you find a few people are the ones who have prepared the document, and so they know where the nitty-gritty is, they know what you need, they know the specs that you need. They will even send you to China earlier with the specs, even before the tender comes into the papers. So even by the time it is coming, the tender is known is for so and so. So that pre is where the problem is, Madam Speaker. So, and also, can we do it the Safaricom way then? Put online. When I'm doing a tender, I don't need to know who is there. All I need to do, my first document goes through. If that is correct, it goes. It gives me the second stage. I put my documents, the third stage. Until the last stage of my tender, I won't know, I won't do anything. It depends on how I have put my documents. And so that is where our problem is. And you realize, Madam Speaker, one of the things all sectors of government have made sure, even when this House said we will go digital, we do things digital, we are still, there is always a part of manual, Madam Speaker, where then physically you'd have to meet. So I want to say, as members of parliament, it does not mean you have to deny yourself to do business, but you need to do it correctly. You need to be free to people, but you find the person who is still getting the money is a person who has been doing businesses for 50 years. You find someone in Ministry of Health, he has done business since the time of memorial, is still doing that business. One thing we should be saying in this bill, Madam Speaker, is that if you have worked in a ministry, or you are one director or one company that has been there for 20 years, you must leave. That is now the real conflict of interest. What are you doing in this ministry? And it has to happen in all ministries across, that give young people also an opportunity to do these businesses. But if one person is the one doing business, year 1, year 2, 10, 20, Madam Speaker, honestly, it is not also fair. So those are things we need to be saying, even as we talk of conflict of interest. The most important thing we should be saying, and it's not just about EACC. Madam Speaker, even if you call EACC, and I decide also to give EACC the way I saw when I was in the county, you just call officers of EACC, you give them what you are giving, they move on. Some will even be used by others. So all of us as a country, Kenya, we must change the culture in our mind of setting up others, just the way we've set up Anne Njeri. Right now we are telling her she didn't have this document, but nobody is saying, where is the fuel of this businesswoman? That is another conflict of interest. We've decided just to rob this woman, her billion. And you can ask me, as a woman, where did you get the billions? How dare you do that to a woman? Just because this woman is not a minister, is not within the cadres of government, or is not even a government official, now you can ask that. Because it's just an ordinary Kenyan who has been doing business. And maybe, Madam Speaker, in that conflict of interest that they have created on Njeri, you will find the money was not for this woman. She is a businesswoman, a smart one. She decided maybe to do it for Uganda, Congo, and any other country. And so this is money for her clients, the other side, Madam Speaker. So even as we speak of that, we must question all our authority officers. And Madam Speaker, all these authorities we put, and we are talking of conflict of interest. We shall find conflict of interest from the time you are starting from revenue, KRA, conflict of interest, POA, conflict of interest. All these authorities are also a cause of this conflict of interest. So, Madam Speaker, even as we look at this, let us look at how many authorities do we have to deal with all this. Do we need all of this? Do we need to litigate everything? Is there a way we can just have a mindset of agreeing our values? Our values. I support Madam Speaker, but I hope we shall amend a few things here, because members of parliament have a right, like any other Kenyan, to do business, but in the right way. I support.
Honorable members, I note there is a lot of interest on this bill. I know it's 10 minutes, but if we keep it short, we'll be able to get as many members to speak. And I can see some lifting their hands. Please don't lift your hands. I have the order here, and we'll try to follow as much as possible. The next chance will go to the member for Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. This bill that deals with conflict of interest, I've had a perusal on it, and it actually tries to take us to level 0, which is good, because I was talking to a young man who had just left college, And I told him to try out some business, and he told me no, there was no need of doing business. Even when he had a big home and had already acquired his master's and doctorate, he told me the best business to do in Kenya is politics, and that's the most highest earning business. He also said that the best business to do in Kenya is to be in government, because for him, if you are in government, then you can get everything that you want. So the question of conflict of interest, which the mover leader of the House did speak on, is a very long history that begins not only at the time of Sir Evelyn Baring, who was among the early governors in the pre-colonial government, to Sir Sande, who handed over independence, but also picked up by the reigns of Jomo Kenyatta. And that is why people would speak about disparities in development in this country. How often do you hear people who come from the northeastern part of this country, the Turkana areas, and other places say that they were less developed because of the policies of the time favored people who were in government? And that takes me to Mboya, who did the sessional paper number 10 of 1965, and who thought that resources should be put in places where there was capacity and potential. And those are all aspects of conflict of interest, because they were in power and they could make decisions that favored them and did not favor other people. And that's why now we are grappling with how to equalize. And hence, Honorable Speaker, we have funds like equalization funds, which we are trying to bring to level. Honorable Speaker, that created then the next regime, which was taken over by Moi. And it had also its worst of it, because the look of it was that when you are in government, then you have resources, you can plan how you can actually get to those resources, and that is how the reign of Moi also had its own side effects. And you saw the political atmospheres that reigned towards the end of Moi. By the time he was living at Kasarani, the people of Kenya were saying that yote inawezekana bila Moi. It was not only because that Moi had been a bad political leader, but because the conflict of interest for him being in power had made him to appear to all other Kenyans as a very bad leader. In fact, the best of those leaders coming to the reigns of Kibaki should be given some comment. But that has continued, and this is what's polarizing the politics of this country. So right now, those who are in power feel it's their time to eat, because they have access to all accessories that go into government. And remember, Honorable Speaker, the biggest spender and business person to do with business this country is government. And therefore, if you are right there, it is felt that then you have access to these monies, and therefore you can grow rich. And possibly that's why the young economist who has done BCom and thinks there's no any other better business to do but to be in politics and government was right. How many of the young people do we see rise in business and become respected Kenyans because they are business people? How many young Kenyans do we see rise in innovation areas and are respected that they innovated something and have grown rich out of it? And those were the sentiments that were also echoed by the chair of budget, which I thought were very, very correct. The fact that the amassment of riches must be attached to governance and being in power is the issue that I think this bill is talking about, and is taking us to level 0, which is the best position to take. But then we must congratulate the president who is in power today, because having taken the courage to bring this bill here, this is serious. Because when the bill is passed, it's something that will actually, like a razor light, go through all institutions to see that who is doing what in governance and in power vis-a-vis the contracts and other sources of money that people do get. And therefore, if we want to change Kenya, if we really believe in the bottom-up model that we talk about, the better, then now let's go this direction, so that everything will be done in clarity, and people will be able to declare their wealth, and we shall see clearly who is doing what in where he's working. However, Honorable Speaker, when I looked at the bill in its first instances, intends to some extent also curtail the freedoms and rights of people, and more so the freedoms and rights of those who are in political offices, not only the members of parliament, senators, but also the MCAs. Because according to the Constitution, the members of parliament and other representative leaders do not speak only about their own issues, but they also speak to represent other people. So when it goes on to declare that if a matter is in an area where that person has a conflict, then he has not to speak on it. It means then he ceases to have his freedom of representing the people who actually gave him power. Most of the things we speak here, Honorable Speaker, are not for ourselves, but are for the people outside there. So there will be serious need to do some amendments during the third reading so that we correct that. We don't deny the powers that have been given to those who are in positions to speak and represent others simply because of the issues of conflict of interest. Honorable Speaker, I also see a duplication of the powers given to the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Unit, because they are the same powers that they have in their own act. But in this particular one, I see them being given too much powers. The risk is that, Honorable Speaker, also this same body whom we are giving too much powers, Chair, is a body that can also itself get so corrupt and actually run away with the conflict of interest issue. We must also guard that this will not be used to hurt other people who are not in power, so that somebody simply followed using this, like we saw earlier on, and then that person is actually put aside at the expense of the reality. So this is a good law. It's a good law that brings sanity, it brings clarity, it brings uniformity, it brings some responsibility in ourselves. But we have to begin by changing our culture, our values, our approach to doing things, and accept as a nation that that's the direction we want to go. And if we do this, Kenya will be a great place, because there'll be no worry for even those who are in the minority to say that we must go to power the next time, because the power will not be associated with political corruption and governance corruption. And this will be good. So I support, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Njeri Maina.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as a member of JLAC Committee, and noting that public officers owe a fiduciary duty to the citizen and to the public, and that duty must be exercised to the utmost highest attainable level, I have deep-seated reservations in passing this bill as it is, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the JLAC Committee recommended that this House examines and scrutinizes this bill clause by clause, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will refer and take members to clause 31, which gives the EACC powers to be the investigative body and also the repository, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 gives every Kenyan citizen the right against self-incrimination, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these powers can be abused. We have seen, and I know that some of the members in this House have been culprits of weaponization of the law, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we can never allow it to happen again, Honorable Speaker. This House must pass laws for the posterity of this nation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we also need to balance and ensure that we protect against unjust enrichment through abuse of public office and protect against nepotism, Honorable Speaker, so that we do not have people using their positions of power to influence and to ensure that they have sort of a cartel where they're cutting out other Kenyans from accessing resources and employment opportunities because of the power they hold by dint of the fact that it is a public office, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I therefore request and call upon members of this House to examine this bill. Let us not just make comments without information. Let us speak from a point of information so that we do not pass laws which can be used at any given point, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for taking quite some short time. The next chance will go to the member for Alego Usonga. Honorable Atandi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, this is a very important piece of legislation. And it is a good one because, Madam Speaker, the cost of public service or politics is very high. Because there's a perception out there, Madam Speaker, that when you join politics or public service, you, by way of conflict of interest, you will become very rich very fast. So, Madam Speaker, when elections come, everybody wants to join politics. The same happens when appointments are, when public jobs are advertised. You see the number of people who are expressing interest. Even people who hold very good jobs in private sector, they want to leave private sector and come and do small jobs in public sector because there are opportunities to make money. So, Madam Speaker, I really support this piece of legislation, and I hope that it can be used, to tame the appetite for public service. Secondly, Madam Speaker, about the implementation of this law, I know that most colleagues have said that the law could be abused by the agencies such as EACC and DCI. That is a fact. But, Madam Speaker, there are also some laws that you can make that end up being used by these agencies to enrich themselves, also to harass innocent people. If the EACC and DCI are given powers to summon public officers, they can do so, in a way that, undermines the objective of a legislation. So, Madam Speaker, that is the only comment I wanted to make. But I also want to add, Madam Speaker, that conflict of interest happens in many instances. For instance, Madam Speaker, public officers own businesses that trade with government. Like, for instance, Madam Speaker, there are public officers who own hotels. Now, when you own an hotel and a public officer, and you send government officers to go and do meetings in those hotels, Madam Speaker, that's public interest. This is notorious. Even here, Madam Speaker, this parliament, there are specific hotels where we go for seminars. If you go to Mombasa, if parliament goes to Mombasa, you find that they're only going to one hotel. And I've been informed that that hotel has relationship with senior public officers. Madam Speaker, we need to look at this thing and say it as it is, that public officers who are in business must desist from using those business opportunities to do business with government. As an example I'm giving you. Madam Speaker, also, as an example to show you that there are benefits of being in public service, government ministers who are recently buying suits on River Road, I met some of them buying suits with me in Milan, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, they have used those officers to enrich themselves. And now they are even dressing in, designer suits, Madam Speaker. Something which they could not do before they joined those offices. So, Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is that we must allow this law to be implemented. And, Madam Speaker, I was joking that this law is good, but it could be bad for my friends on the left side of the house. On the right side of the house, we really have nothing, to mesoea. Madam Speaker, I support. Thank you.
I'll give the... I don't know whether Honorable Yusuf was protesting your statement, being your neighbor, but I'll give him this chance to contribute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I join in supporting this particular bill. I think it is a very critical bill, very timely bill, because it comes at a time when we want our country to move forward. And I think we cannot fix the deeply rooted problem of corruption in our society without addressing the elephant in the room. Our rotten public service, the ruling elite, the political elites who are sitting in this house and who are now finding excuses and reasons not to support this particular bill. Because, Madam Speaker, Kenya is unfortunately having a terrible reputation internationally. We are putting our act together. We want to be a respected, developed country. Our leadership is trying to raise our profile globally, but unless we are able to deal with the negative aspects of corruption, and particularly the issue of conflict of interest that is widespread, to the point that, in fact, when I came back home from abroad after many years, when I raised this issue, people thought I had dropped from another planet because they didn't think there was anything wrong with it. They thought it is quite normal to do business in the organization that you work in, to develop, to ask for contracts through the channels of public service and through the political circles. So, Madam Speaker, I think we should really push this particular bill so that we can deal a terrible blow to the runaway cancer that is eating into our national fabric. Corruption is a crippling disease. It doesn't only affect us in our daily lives just as a vice, but it is costly economically. It costs our economy billions of shillings every year in terms of monetary value. And in fact, it is also affecting how we do business. There are a lot of people who would like to invest in our country, investors who will come to Kenya. But when you compare us to neighboring countries like Tanzania or Ethiopia, we are always rated. They say Kenya is a beautiful country. It has got great opportunities for investment, but the level of corruption, the deepness of the corruption, and the conflict of interest is such that it is not a good country to do business in. And those people go to Rwanda, they go to Tanzania. And the other day, if you had the governor of the National Bank speaking about our economic situation, his answer was that Tanzania and Uganda were getting more foreign direct investment because the environment for doing business in those countries was better than us. And the reason is conflict of interest is one of the obstacles, corruption is one of the obstacles, and many of our institutions and the culture, this culture of grabbing, the grabbing culture that we have, that is entrenched in our Ministry of Lands, in many of our ministries where civil servants and the political leadership of those ministries accept to get money, has created that culture where our country is known as nchi ya kitu kidogo. In other words, nchi ambayo kila mtu anataka kupata kitu kidogo kutumia cheo chake cha kiserikali. So, Madam Speaker, I think it is a high time we dealt with that particular issue, and I know maybe this bill will have a lot of difficulties passing in this House. I know for sure because I can hear the signs, I can hear the whisperings and the murmurings. But I think this bill is very good for our country. It will improve our reputation. It will create a better environment for business, and it will raise the status of our country as a good tourist destination, as a good investment destination. Even as I speak now, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport is a scene of a crime. When our diaspora people come back, they are grabbed by corrupt elements inside that airport. When tourists come here, they are harassed and made unwanted by those corrupt officials. Watu wanataka kitu kidogo. Now, I think we need a bill that will deal with those issues of conflict of interest so that we know where everybody is and we put our country in the right track. If there is an abuse by the anti-corruption organizations and the bodies that we have given that power, then obviously as members of parliament we can go back to make sure that in fact those laws are not abused and they serve our people and our country for the better and for the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. Honourable Speaker, as I look through this bill, Honourable Speaker, I fail to get the distinction and the difference between corruption, misuse of position or office, and conflict of interest. Those three ones, in this particular respect, appear to be intertwined. Excuse me. Honourable Speaker, the bill talks about management of conflict of interest, which implies that there is conflict of interest And therefore, what we need to do in this particular bill is to organize ourselves how to manage it. Conflict of interest has existed in many ways, and I will take a few minutes to look at some of them. When one is in conflict of interest, it means one does not follow the norms. It means one will foster the poaching of or acquisition through unfair means. You can poach for a friend, one can poach for a relative, one can poach for an associate, and so on. But as I look at this bill, Honourable Speaker, especially part 3, where we are talking about conflict of interest, the one friend is missing. I do not know whether we should associate consider a friend to be an associate or any other person, because it does not clearly do that. Many things happen because people are friends, and friends push others to do things that are not right. Conflict of interest, Honourable Speaker, according to this bill, has been defined as poaching for a friend, a relative, or an associate. It has also been distinctively given as impairment to deliver a function or a service. When I look at delivering a function of a service, failure to deliver a function or a service, one is so much interested in their own acquisition, and therefore they do not deliver a function or a service. And that is one of the things that this bill comes, or one of the mischiefs that the bill comes to cure. The other mischief that this bill comes to cure is where private interests get into conflict with the duties of an individual. And in many cases, we see this happening. I want to look at a scenario where we send the police to arrest the thieves. These policemen probably may be drawn from one station or from different stations, but we put together a team to make the arrest. Once they go to arrest, they come into contact with what was stolen. And sometimes it is money. And Honourable Speaker, what you have seen in this country is that that money is never recovered in full. It changes hands when it is already discovered. Now, I don't know, is that stealing or conflict of interest? How can we stop such things from happening? On the other hand, Honourable Speaker, and I know most of the members here have experienced this, when we have a committee or a board conducting interviews to try and give opportunity to Kenyans, opportunities that are very scarce, many Kenyans are qualified in this particular respect. And that particular board or committee or formation takes leave to discuss how they are going to distribute those positions. Honourable Speaker, we have seen this happening even in this House. They discuss how to distribute these positions, not based on any credentials, not based on any qualifications, not in any, based on any level forms of equity, but they distribute according to their interests. To what extent does this bill cure that mischief? Because it is happening, it happens almost every day. Disclosure of conflict of interest is the requirement as per the Kenyan laws. I want to refer to the example I've given and declare that, Honourable Speaker, before the meeting commences, disclosure is always acquired. It's already registered. And what people do, the only thing probably that they do is probably say, when you're interviewing so-and-so, I will take leave. And that is considered to be good enough. But the discussions that follow and the sharing of the positions that follows, is that conflict of interest? Is it corruption? Is it misuse of office or misuse of position? Honourable Speaker, if you want to know when conflict of interest is going on, people avoid using the norms. They avoid using the standard operating procedures, and they let the conflict of interest reign. First of all, they fail to plan, or they decide not to plan. And I would like to look at a situation like our own constituencies. In our own, if you follow us to our constituencies, you realize that the greater majority of us do not even have a strategic plan or a 5-year plan. And if the plan is there, sometimes it's shelved. What do we call that? Let's go further. Honorable Speaker, retirement of procedures is common, where one of those who are supposed to manage the delivery process, in the word of a member of parliament in the CDF case, is what matters. And then nobody else can contribute to a decision in such a case. Honorable Speaker, if we want to be very honest, some of us have had the fund account managers changed more than 4 times in a span of 1 year. 4 times, 5 times, 3 times. What is the problem? Is it that these officers are not qualified? Is it that these officers do not know their work? These officers step on the toes, and that is why they are changed. And therefore, we over-dominate a situation. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill comes in to cure the mischief that reigns in the decisions making in most of the decisions that matter in terms of sharing resources, sharing positions, managing a situation. Acquisition has misled many Kenyans. And sometimes I marvel. We have seen people regarded as very clean civil servants. They have not taken any loan. Excuse me. They haven't taken any loan. They have not been given any grant, but they own estates and flats. Huge buildings, fleets of cars, matatus. Is that stealing? Is it conflict of interest? Is it corruption, or what is it? I think, Honorable Speaker, there is a lot that needs to be done, managed in this country. And in managing this, we need a law that can distinguish, that can question, where did you get these resources from? Going further, Honorable Speaker, the issue of registering interests in the names of relatives and friends, and I believe that is what happens. I actually wonder, when I look through this bill, I wonder how that can be cured in this particular bill. So as we talk to the Kenyans, as we talk among ourselves, as we try to make this law, let's ask ourselves very serious questions, like how do we make sure that we remain within the norms? How do we make sure that we do not budget for things that are not in existence? How do we make sure that we deliver what is required to be delivered in the right way and the best way possible? Honorable Speaker, I support this bill.
Member for Butere.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to contribute and support the bill. Madam Speaker, this country has had a lot of instances where people have complained. Others have gone to the extent of even going to court to protest because we have resources, e.g. government allocation or jobs that are given based on nepotism or based on corruption. Madam Speaker, the bill on interest, on conflict of interest is going to address many issues. Among them, Madam Speaker, is the issue of equitable distribution of resources, which has become a nightmare in our country even to date. Madam Speaker, you just heard my colleague, Honorable Cheng, claim openly to this House that even the supplementary bill, which was tabled in this House, we have people who have put projects in that supplementary budget, knowing very well that it has some conflict of interest. Madam Speaker, I want to bring to your attention that unless this bill passes
And unless this becomes law, it will be very hard for Kenyans to get what they have a right for. Madam Speaker, as we look for the benefits in this bill, I also want to outline some of the issues which we need to amend. Madam Speaker, like clause 8, where it talks of the word perceived, we saw the Teacher Service Commission coming out very strongly requesting for the deletion of the word perceived. Madam Speaker, if that word continues to be used, then the implementing organs might use that word in a way to discriminate public officers, especially teachers. Madam Speaker, we also need to weigh in on the privacy of state officers, because you find the bill is emphasizing on scrutinizing the way public officers live and stay, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for example, to which extent are you going to investigate my wife or someone's husband? If this bill is not amended, then we will have Kenyans fearing to be spouses of public officers. Because the moment you are a spouse of a public officer, your privacy is interfered with. Madam Speaker, you also look at the issue of to which magnitude will the implementing authorities request for information. Madam Speaker, we have seen scenarios where implementing authorities have used these laws, especially to attain certain political interests, or even to perpetuate corruption. So, Madam Speaker, I support the bill, but I'm urging my colleagues to amend some clauses which might or will bring a lot of problems to Kenyans, Madam Speaker. But otherwise, I support the bill, and I rest my case. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tindi. And for your information, you can also bring the amendments as a member of this House. Honorable Jackson Kosgei.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the onset, I wish to support the bill. And again, with the rider that my colleagues have contributed, that some amendment requires to be done in order to avoid weaponization of such a good law against certain perceptions. So, Madam Speaker, it has been said that conflict of interest takes place when our judgments, our decisions, and our actions are influenced by our compromise, rather by the position we hold in relationship with the people who are closer to us when we decide on priorities. That is family members, our own interest, our friends, our financial consideration in that we have companies which are connected to us, and other social factors that might make it appealing to us while we are making such decision. Balancing and managing conflict of interest in the public sector therefore calls for a very careful consideration of both legal and consideration of moral and ethical expectation on the same. Madam Speaker, we have witnessed situations where merits have been ignored by the privilege of authority and deny people who deserve positions and because of where they come from, because of what they don't have, and because of lack of connections. So this bill is necessary, but I think as we progress in the next stages, some amendment must be done so that we don't deny in people who may be connected to public officers yet they qualify, they deserve the jobs, they are citizens, and that we should not at any time entertain what is called bureaucratic discrimination by virtue of being perceived that you are related to A and B. Therefore, Madam Speaker, one such thing that can help more than even the law is for a national pride to be inculcated in our lives as the people and citizens of this country, to be proud to be a Kenyan, and be able to look at Kenya wider and beyond your own community and close friends, while considering and making judgment or decisions that will affect other people's lives. Otherwise, I support Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy Majority Leader, Honorable Owen.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I would like to make my contribution as follows. One, this law we are debating here today is actually a feather on the war against corruption in this country. It is a law which will strengthen institutions. It is a law that will ensure that people are not conflicted as they exercise the authorities that are given in public offices. Honorable Speaker, this is a law that is going to right many of the wrongs that have been happening in this country by virtue of the fact that people have positions and they misuse those positions to benefit family, relatives, and friends. Honorable Speaker, when you look at this law, it is a law that will give an equal opportunity to all Kenyans, because if you have more people, Honorable Speaker, there are times where a community like my community, where I come from, there aren't very many people from my community who are in big offices or in government positions. They get disadvantaged because when it comes to recruitment of people in those departments, in those officers, the officers who are occupying the higher seats look at their relatives and put them in there. My people, where I come from, the Mijikenda, the Giriama, don't have people in high places. And therefore, every time a recruitment is done by government, by parastatals, they appear nowhere. Even where those parastatals are in their backyard, Honorable Speaker. We have very many parastatals in the coast, very many of them. But when the MD or the person in the highest position comes from a certain region, when it comes to recruiting, they overlook the local people and bring people from other areas just because they want to give their people positions. And qualified people from the region don't get that opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I laud this law because this law will give my people an opportunity, qualified people from a community, to have an opportunity to also serve this country and generate income for the community. Honorable Speaker, again, this law, you know, Honorable Speaker, we have had very many government officers today form their own companies. You are a chief officer, you are a head of parastatal, you are a PS. What you do is when you get into that position, you tell your wife, your son, your children, and all that to form companies. And then all the tenders, all opportunities for government contracts go to those companies that are formed and owned by those people. Honorable Speaker, what that means is therefore any other person will not be able to do business with government except those relatives, those friends, the wife, the husband, the aunt, and all those people are the ones doing business with that organization. Honorable Speaker, this law comes in to cure that malady, that problem that has been created by many of the officers. Honorable Speaker, it is very true that the primary driver of corruption and poor decision making is at conflict of interests. Honorable Speaker, a lot of wrong decisions are made because someone wants to favor a relative, because someone is conflicted. Then they make decisions that are wrong, that are injurious to community, decisions that carry heavy burden. We have seen, Honorable Speaker,
and we have heard that somebody, because he's in government and he owns a bank, and therefore he wants to play around with interest rates at central bank because he has access to decision making in the central bank, so that now he can make millions for his bank. Honorable Speaker, actually the reason why right now in this country, one of the reasons in this country where interest rates are the way they are is because there are people who were once in top government positions, and they use their government positions to manipulate interest rates in this country. And they earned billions of shillings, but the country went the way it is going. Honorable Speaker, this law speaks to such problems that we have had with people who want to make policy because they want to favor themselves, they want to favor our relatives as we move ahead. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, abuse of office by government officers. Many times when you have an officer being taken to court because of abuse of office, when you look around, you realize that there was a relative involved. There is a decision that has been made because a relative has been made. If we enact this law, Honorable Speaker, I can assure you we will have better decision making by government officials. We will have decisions that are made for the general good of the public and not just for a few people. Honorable Speaker, of course, this law requires amendment, and that is why this House...
Honorable Meli, what is your point of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, checking the mood of the House, I'm standing on Standing Order 95. I request that the mover be called to reply.
Continue, Honorable Owen. I will put the question on that, on your issue, Honorable Meli, after Honorable Owen and maybe one or two members.
Honorable Speaker, so what I want to say and conclude, this strengthens the war on corruption in this country. Corruption has taken this country down the drain, and this is one of the laws. And I want to applaud the leader of majority that has brought this law. You know, there have been many doubts whether this government is going to fight corruption. I can tell you this government has all the willingness and ability to fight corruption, and this is one of the opportunities to do that. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I would like to donate three of my minutes to my gracious lawyer.
Out of order, Honorable Owen. You have no capacity to donate any minutes to any member. The next chance will go to the member for Masinga, Honorable Joshua Mwalio.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was worried on the Honorable Mary's 95 request. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to be able to say just a few words about the Conflict of Interest Bill 2023. While it is a good bill and it is supposed to kill and also eliminate corruption, you know, it is the interest of every businessman and every contractor to be able to do business with the government, because government is the biggest employer. The private sector, although it tries, but the kind of the government that, the kind of budget that is in the government for doing business is a lot. So all that needs to be done is to have a clear demarcation on where the conflict of interest is, so that we don't eliminate everybody from doing business with the government, calling ourselves public servants or public employees or whatever. So it is very important to know that this can also apply to the members of parliament, because if it is passed as it is, we can also be told that we are not going to oversee our NGCDF or even CARA, because somebody will look at it in a different manner, that the members of parliament might also be having a hand in the oversight and also in the CARA. So it is very important for this bill to be amended so that it doesn't classify everybody just in the same way as a public servant. The other thing is that it is also important to note that my brother's son is not my son. My brother's sister, my sister is not my daughter. So for them to be able to do business, and then I am accused that where I am a CEO or where I am working in that department, they have won a tender there. It is not right, because they are also entitled to earn a living if they are qualified. And if they are able to win a tender, then be it. Let them do the tender and also be able to earn a living if they are able to deliver what is supposed to be delivered in that institution. So it should be separated so that we know who is my real blood, biological child, biological daughter, my immediate family, so that if they are the ones to be employed in a farm whereby that I am employed, they should not be discriminated because we were born together with the father of that child. So things should be done in the correct way so that we don't discriminate people. And also, you know, there is a lot of problem in employment. So if you are employed and there is a chance and your brother's son has all the qualifications and he has no job, you cannot recommend that person to be employed there. So things should be done in the right way so that we can also have our children, even our relatives, employed. Because you cannot go and look for a neighbor's child if yours is educated and is sitting home. So things should be done in the correct way so that we can have as many people employed as possible, even from your own families. I rest my case.
Thank you. The next chance will go to Member for Gatanga, Honorable Wakili Mureu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I rise to support this motion, this bill, but with a number of amendments. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the bill is coming to cure what we call the Kenyan cancer. And the Kenyan cancer is corruption, nepotism, and conflict of interest. And that is what has been in the shackles of this country and has been impeding development. Madam Speaker, therefore, the spirit of this law is right, but the wordings of the bill is wrong. The spirit is right because it's addressing the actual issues which are affecting our people, which is making sure that this country is getting out of the shackles of corruption, nepotism, and conflict of interest, but the wording requires amendment. And I'll give just a few instances, Madam Speaker. Number one, Madam Speaker, you find that clause 31 of the bill says that requires that all public officers to submit their wealth declarations to the EFCC. Madam Speaker, by the virtue of the creation of the EFCC Act, is an investigative body which investigates corruption. Madam Speaker, there is no way you can take your evidence and give it to an investigator. That is against the spirit of a Bill of Rights. You cannot do what you call self-incrimination. And in America, it is called the Fifth Amendment. You have a right to keep quiet. You have a right not to give any evidence. You have a right to shut up and let the investigator dig whatever evidence they have, as opposed to giving out this information to a whole investigator. Secondly, the same investigator, Madam Speaker, has a history of being used by different regimes as a puppet. Weaponization, whereby If, in instance, you are not required, maybe as a civil servant, a CEO, you're not required to serve in a certain position, the ESC is sent to you. And they are told, oh, we want to investigate you 1, 2, 3, 4. But if you happen to resign, those investigations, Madam Speaker, comes to a dead end. And therefore, it is the wrong body to be the repository of this kind of information. The other issue, Madam Speaker, is about clause 19, where it calls for the participation of public officers from participating in business. Madam Speaker, number one, that is a constitutional because it's against Article 27, Article 40, Article 43. Madam Speaker, some of us, we left a lucrative private practice. We have a plethora of clients. We decided to come to Parliament to serve duty as a sign of patriotism, to serve this country. But the moment you say now, I shut down my business, whereas, Madam Speaker, I'm not here permanent and pensionable. I'm only here for a season. I want to come here, serve my country as much as I could, then go back to my calling as a lawyer. And therefore, this affects the engineers in this house, affects the doctors in this house, affects almost everybody, the businessmen in this house. And therefore, to say that you are killing their business in the name of conflict of interest, Madam Speaker, I think is killing a fly with a sledgehammer. Madam Speaker, this bill, again, under clause 38 all the way to clause 43, it introduces a strange animal they call the blind trust. What does it propose? It proposes that the moment you join the public service, sell all your assets and give it to a blind trust. Madam Speaker, I've practiced law and commercial law for the last 28 years. I've never come across an item in the law called blind trust. It has been introduced by this bill. And therefore, Madam Speaker, is my humble submission that despite the fact that it is well intended in terms of the spirit, some of the clauses which have been brought over here are foreign, they are repugnant to our culture, they are repugnant to our laws, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I support this motion. I support this bill. It's in the right direction, but the wrong in wording. And therefore, Madam Speaker, give us an opportunity to go back to the committee and have it amended and cleaned up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a point or two concerning the Conflict of Interest Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, the issue of conflict of interest has been a matter that has been debated in this country for many, many years. And all attempts to rein on undue influence peddling has always elicited a lot of controversy, and this was is not any different at all. Honorable Speaker, indeed, again, the issue of conflict of interest is such a fluid concept that keeps on changing every single day. It's not practically possible to legislate in precision what constitutes conflict of interest. While the motive could be good, the intentions could be good, but probably the way it has been presented makes it look as if there is a selected punishment. There is a target group that whoever drafted this bill is aiming to nail down for some known or unknown indiscretion that has happened in this country. Yes, we know conflict of interest breeds corruption. Conflict of interest is normally the source of most corrupt dealings in this country. But honestly speaking, we need to be very clear. What is it are we trying to cure? Are we creating a problem that we cannot even be ourselves be able to manage? Honorable Speaker, some of the issues here I talked about are moral issues. issues that can be dealt with in civic education, issues can be dealt with in church, issues can be dealt with in mosque, issues can be dealt with in a very more organized manner. You see, to go to a point that we are legislating against basic tenets, basic values, basic moral questions, it then says a lot about the moral fabrics of this country. We must be able to address these issues not through legislation, but through talking to each other to understand. The Anti-Corruption Commission, the chair and the rest, this is the work they should be doing, talking to people that it's morally wrong to practice nepotism at your place of work. It's unfair to deny somebody else a chance and give to somebody else who is less deserving just because there has been influence peddling. It should be very clear that, for example, like where I come from, eating funerals is the order of the day. Refusing to serve somebody now food because it does not belong to your clan, that should actually be a case that needs to be dealt with at a moral point of view. Yes, it amounts to conflict of interest because you have conferred benefits to somebody else and denied the same benefit to somebody else. It's a matter that might not necessarily lead legislation, but matters that we need to talk at or at the very innocent stage of our children. Honorable Speaker, I have perused through this bill, and to be honest, this bill portends danger. This bill is going to be extremely impossible to implement. Honorable Speaker, a large number of Kenyans are employed in public service. A large number of Kenyans are employed in public service. A large number of Kenyans are either MCAs, they are MPs, they are senators, or the city constitutional commissions. You can imagine the boomerang effect of the definition of a relative. It means 3/4 or even half of the people of adult age in this country will not be able to do any business with the government, will not be able to do any business with any public entity, including marriage, common law partnership, son, mother, father, mother, son, daughter, brother, sister, uncle, what. The entire lineage, the entire clan, my entire clan, for example, will never be able to do business with the government. Because my father-in-law, my mother-in-law, my step-brother, my stepfather, step-sister-in-law, literally everybody whom I'm connected to, either through blood or through night activities, will never do any business with the government. Honorable Speaker, again, there are some things that do not even make sense. There's a definition called windfall gain. Is it a criminal offense to make money as a civil servant? Is it a criminal offense to make money as a public officer? Is it a criminal offense? Why do we not criminalize enterprise? Honorable Speaker, again, I don't want to belabor the point, but we need to sincerely, again, Honorable Speaker, if you look at clause 26, it says that an appointed public officer shall not solicit for contribution from public unless the president has by notice in the Kenya Gazette declared a national disaster and allowed a public collection for the purpose of national disaster. And then it goes to say, use official social media platform or his place of work as avenue for soliciting or collecting funds. Now, Honorable Speaker, this is how the practical bit of this bill comes in. I have a sick patient. I'm unable to raise money, and I'm an MP. Does it mean my sick patient will die? Because I cannot ask my friend here to give me his contribution. We form WhatsApp groups, Honorable Speaker, even when our members here are bereaved, or when they're having an activity. Does it therefore mean we are going to kill this spirit completely? Because that means I cannot solicit funds. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm afraid, again, that if you become a former officer, a former public officer, you are debarred for a whole 2 years having any business dealing with an entity you worked in. So simply means a member of parliament who loses his seat and is suffering outside there cannot come here and be given an opportunity to supply toilet paper. Cannot be given an opportunity to come and supply fish, like the fish from Lake Victoria, which are just my next door neighbor. Honorable Speaker, again, there are so many issues. And then the bill again falls short of what's supposed to cure. When you hear these cabinet secretaries, permanent secretaries, come and state they have they're worth 500 million. Yet many of us know they cannot even afford to buy them, they could not afford to buy themselves a cup of tea. Are we in any case setting up corruption in advance? Are we anticipating that in the period I'm going to serve, I'm going to make a certain amount of money? So we know those the areas we need to address. Again, Honorable Speaker, you are just making the work of the Commission and Corruption Commission unnecessarily onerous, too much, yet there are more urgent issues to be dealt with. Having to collect all the forms, having to analyze all the forms. How many civil servants do we have in this country? And what's the staff complement of Anti-Corruption Commission? We need to relook at it. I'm afraid, Honorable Speaker, these the amendments that members will bring at the third reading might even amount to rewriting the bill completely. Because literally every clause will have an amendment. Every part will have an amendment. So my honest view is to request the leader of majority party to go back and have a relook. There is no limit when you cannot withdraw a bill. This is a bad bill that requires further discussion and complete redrafting before it's returned to this House for enactment. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, we will end up like the bill for Honorable Bukose, the one for medical, I don't know what, the drugs thing, where literally it's being rewritten. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I'm not so sure whether to support in principle. I support the spirit, but I oppose the bill in the manner it is stated. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Molo.
I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this conversation. Honorable Speaker, we all agree there is need for equality, there is need for equity in distribution of resources. We all agree that we should not use our positions of power to just enrich ourselves and our families, and we should be very considerate of other Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. Some of us have risen from not being children of nobody to being who we are here today through provision of equal opportunities. And that is why the spirit of this conflict of interest bill should be applauded by everyone in this House. However, and just to give an example, Honorable Speaker, I met a young man the day before, it's actually yesterday. I went to the same high school with him, and he's telling me he's an entrepreneur. And he has all these years, for the last 5 years, been just checking on the Kenya Gazette and filling those tender documents. And he has been able to earn a decent income for himself and his family just by applying for those particular jobs, Honorable Speaker. So what would have happened to Wilson had those jobs been taken all away by those government officials in the influence? Because that could have been possible. So that Wilson would never have found an income to lead his family, Honorable Speaker. But having said that, Honorable Speaker, the definitions that our honorable colleagues have very well conversed about of relatives, of sons, of stepdaughters. No, the fact that you are related to me should not disadvantage you from doing anything, from doing any business, Honorable Speaker. Some communities, I think like our friends from the Lupi nation and the Luya nation, I think almost everybody is their cousin. You tell, this is my brother, this is my sister, this is my cousin, and I'm told even pastories where a member of your clan is your relative. So what crime has my brother committed by me being a member of parliament and whatever business that he does? What crime has relatives of these cabinet secretaries or principal secretaries or whoever it is in the public sector have committed by just being their relatives, that makes them now to be like blacklisted, that they cannot do any particular business on these people, Honorable Speaker. Our elections, Honorable Speaker, have been highly divisive in this country, almost making them a matter of life and death. In all elections you've had for the last 7 election cycles, we've had blood being shed. And we must sit down and ask ourselves as a country, why is it so important for a particular community of a particular people to feel that it is their own at the helm of the leadership? It is because for very many years, sharing of resources, sharing of positions was based on your closeness to those particular peoples, Honorable Speaker. And that is why it is a very tricky balance that we need to do, Honorable Speaker. That if you fix this, that you do not need to be close to anybody to have your road in your constituency done, that you don't need to know anybody to have your job, to apply for a job with the Public Service Commission, with the Teacher Service Commission, with the judiciary, with the army or with the police. We are going to solve the issue of the divisive politics we have in this country. But in as much as we try to do that, we must make sure that we also don't demonize leadership. We should not make sure we do not demonize, well, Honorable Speaker. I had a big conversation with some friends over the week, Honorable Speaker, and they were concerned that we are passing policies and decisions that demonizes wealth creation. If you are a good businessman, you should be encouraged to make all the money you can legitimately as a business person. Whether you are a senator, whether you are a whatever you do. Because as Honorable Moreu here said, the fact that I'm the member of parliament for Molo does not take out that I'm a CPA. So if I still carry out my consultancy practice or my accounting services, the fact that I become a member of parliament does not mean I became stupid. Doesn't mean that I cannot continue to practice the profession I went to many years of school to study, Honorable Speaker. And in any case, as it has been well elaborated here, some of these jobs are really seasonal. The rate of turnover in this parliament is more than 60% at any particular time. So you find some members, ex-members of parliament languishing in poverty because they stopped the trade they were doing before they joined politics. So we should encourage hard work, we should encourage wealth creation, and we should not demonize anybody who does that. Yes. Because that is how to bring down a country, Honorable Speaker. So as my honorable colleagues have said, I support the spirit, because it's very important that we give equal opportunities to every Kenyan. And I believe this will even solve the bloodshed, the very divisive politics we have in every election cycle. But having said that, let us not assume that when someone joins public service or when they become a politician, they become stupid or that they cannot continue to practice what they went to study. Let us stop demonizing wealth creation. Let us not demonize entrepreneurship. Let us enable entrepreneurship and public service and our professions to thrive for the best of this country. If that's, Honorable Speaker, I support the spirit, but those amendments must be done so that we make sure that we give everyone an equal chance in this country, irrespective of whether they're in the public service or not, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Karoli.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the spirit of the bill, but with very many caveats, but I think those will be dealt with once we go to the proper legislative process. Madam Speaker, I think one of the biggest problems this country has had over the years is where those charged with management of public affairs act in concert with private enterprise, not for the public good, but for private gain. I think we have experienced this from 1963 to date, and it has had very serious political and socioeconomic consequences, where decision-making power in government, as well as enunciation of policies and laws, are geared towards entrenching certain private interests and not the public interest. So when you look at the spirit of this bill, it is quite spot on, but the wording and the drafting is a bit too loose, and I think we need to do some work on that. But I think the problem of corruption is now beyond legislation. If you look around the world, most of the countries that are least corrupt have the fewest number of laws dealing with corruption. The most corrupt countries have the highest number of laws dealing with corruption. So I think the problem in Kenya is not lack of laws. It is something much deeper than that. And I would urge that when we debate this issue, we should explore whether it is now time to introduce in our curriculum something I call nationhood science, where we capture the minds and hearts of our young people and educate them from kindergarten all the way to university against this vice called corruption. I think we no longer need laws to deal with the problem of corruption in Kenya. What we need are strong ethos, as those embodied in Article 10 of our Constitution and Chapter 6, and how to instill these values and principles in the minds and hearts of the young Kenyans from the time they start learning to the time they get into the job market or assume responsibilities of nation building. So
Member for Kangema. What is out of order?
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we have ventilated enough on this issue, and I wish the mover should respond.
Order, members. Honorable Karoli, a member has risen in his place under Standing Order 95 for the mover to be called to reply. So I will put the question that the mover be called to reply. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to thank all the members who have contributed. And all of them, Honorable Speaker, without exception, and particularly note the very vehement support that this bill has gotten from many members, and that tells you, Honorable Speaker, that all these members are intent on being in the forefront on the fight against corruption. Honorable Speaker, as many have also alluded, there could be one or two things that members will be proposing amendments, and we will give them time so that they're able to engage with the Committee on Delegated Legislation for the necessary amendments that they may want to do during the Committee of the Whole. And I particularly note the very good comments by the Honorable Member for Ugenya, David Ochieng. And that is a call to all of us as leaders, and especially political leaders. And of course, we all had the contributions by the chair of the Budget Committee, the perception that public officers are only elected officials, and even appointive officials are not perceived to be public officers as much as elected officials are perceived to be public officers. This bill is not targeting elected public officers. It is targeting anybody and everybody who is a state and a public officer. And therefore, even us being elected, we are state officers and public officers, and we'll be subject to this bill. And therefore, it will be important that even in all the definitions that are contained in the bill, we align them so that we are not in any way curtailed, especially on our constitutional mandate, on the issues that have been raised by members in terms of being able to debate, because you have a constitutional mandate as the people's representatives to represent them here in committees. And therefore, when you are representing your people, you cannot be in conflict of interest. Honorable Speaker, with those very few remarks, allow me to take this opportunity to thank everybody who has contributed and those who have also expressed the desire to propose amendments. The chair of the Jailer Committee, the Honorable Murugara, has indeed confirmed that from Monday next week, the committee will be considering amendments, and therefore I want to take this opportunity to invite anyone who may have an amendment to share the same with the chair of the Jailer Committee so that they may consider together with those of the committee. With those many remarks, I beg to reply.
Order, members. I see we have the requisite numbers, so allow me to put the question that the Conflict of Interest Bill, National Assembly Bill number 12 of 2023, be read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The ayes have it.
a bill for an act of parliament to provide for the management and regulation of conflict of interest and for connected purposes.
Yes, Honorable Owen Bayer. But before we go to Honorable Owen Bayer, just to alert members, we have a supplementary order paper that will be guiding the business after this one. Kindly liaise with the table office to access a copy of the same. Honorable Owen Bayer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to move a procedural motion to extension of sitting time. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before the conclusion of the business listed under the order paper as Committee of Supply in today's supplementary order paper, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. I request the Leader of Majority to second.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second, Honorable Speaker, as indicated by the Deputy Leader of Majority. This is to allow us to be able to consider the Committee of Supply. And as I indicated earlier, Committee of the Whole, which in the budget making process is this Committee of Supply. This is where you supply money to your respective agencies and ministries and departments of government. I therefore request especially our chairs and vice chairs of committee to be available to make sure that their MDAs are supplied to, because this is the actual lawmaking, and just to plead with members to bear with the Chair Budget and Appropriations Committee to conclusion of this debate for us to be able to publish the appropriations bill over the weekend. We need to conclude this business today. And I know many members are aware there are certain things that have been held in abeyance in terms of exchequer releases awaiting this supplementary budget. It's therefore imperative that we are able to finish with it today so that by next week, Tuesday, we are able to consider the appropriations bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to second.
Okay, Honorable Members, I therefore propose that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before conclusion of business listed under Order Number 8, Committee of Supply, in today's supplementary order paper, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. Okay, is that the mood of the House? I therefore put the question that pursuant to Standing Order 33A, this House orders that should the time appointed for adjournment of the House be reached before the conclusion of business listed under Order Number 8, Committee of Supply, in today's supplementary order paper, the sitting shall stand extended until conclusion of the said business. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. What is out of order, Honorable Junet?
Madam Speaker, before we move to the next order, which is the Committee of Supply, Madam Speaker, as you can notice, and I wish the Majority Leader could listen to me, Madam Speaker, as you can see in the supplementary order paper, I intend to have an amendment, Madam Speaker, and the amendment concerns Parliament, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as a House, we are not going to allow anything that impedes legislation, representation, and oversight. Madam Speaker, anything that hampers the quality of debate, the quality of work in this House, Madam Speaker, must be fought, Madam Speaker. And when the executive is preparing their budget and their estimate, Madam Speaker, they must know that Parliament is an arm of government that's independent of the executive, Madam Speaker. And Parliament must be given its powers and authority and financial independence as stipulated, Madam Speaker, in the Constitution, Madam. For that reason, Madam Speaker, there was a lot of money that has been deducted from Parliament and which is going to make the workings of this Parliament, Madam Speaker, very difficult. But I want to step down my amendment because after I had a meeting with the Majority Leader, and the chairman of the budget committee.
Chair, Honorable Junet.
No, I want to leave. They
I
have
have
assured,
indulged you.
Madam Speaker, let me conclude. They have assured
Honorable
me,
Junet.
and I want it to go on record that the
Honorable
majority
Junet.
leader said
Order.
he's going to make sure
Order.
that money is.
Order, Honorable Junet. I have indulged you. I have indulged you because you're a senior member of this House. You have already stated you had an amendment on the order paper, which I allowed you to actually preempt, which is against the procedure of this House, and you're preempting. And I think that withdrawal can come during the Committee of Supply. You can be on record, and you will be heard on it. So I say we go to the next order. Next order.
Order number 8, Committee of Supply, first allotted day.
All members, resume your seats. You may resume your seats, honorable members. Honorable members, this is the Committee of Supply. It is the committee where we then allow the various state organs and institutions to access money that will appropriate from the budget. So without much ado, I think we'll hit the road running on this particular assignment. Can you, I would rather use the mic, then I use
It's working. It's working. The executive vote number 1011, Office of the President.
Honorable members, we are going to go through all the votes, all the three arms of government, and so we're starting with the executive. The first vote is the vote of the Office of the President, and so I propose that further, and members, remember that we are dealing with supplementary. It means that we already had appropriated in the original budget. So I therefore propose that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, order, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1011, Office of the President, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 209,653,366.
Programs being revised under the vote, government printing services, general administration, planning and support services, government advisory services.
Thank you. I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1011 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under the vote
1011 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriation Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development vote for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1011 of the President be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 299,653,366. Will as one of that opinion say aye? Will as one of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1012, Office of the Deputy President.
I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of the vote 1012, Office of the Deputy President, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 759,453,601.
The programs being revised under the program under the vote. Deputy President Services. Programs being revised under the vote. Deputy President Services.
Members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1012 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1012 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? Ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, that is recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1012 of the Deputy President, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 79,453,601. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1014. State Department for Parliamentary Affairs.
But I put the question, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1014, that is the State Department for Parliamentary Affairs, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 276,466,275.
Programs being revised under vote 1014. Parliamentary Liaison and Legislative Affairs, Policy Coordination and Strategy, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
Thank you. I propose the question that programs being revised under vote 1014 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the programs being revised under the vote 1014 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as one other opinion say aye? Will as one other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1014, State Department for Parliamentary Affairs, be reduced by a sum not exceeding 276,466,275. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1015, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management.
Members, I propose a question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1015, State Department for Performance and Delivery Management, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 123,458,604.
Programs being reduced under vote 1015. Public Service Performance Management and Delivery Services, general administration, planning, and support services.
Members, I propose the question that programs being revised under vote 1015 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1015 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1015, that the State Department for Performance and Delivery Management be reduced by the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 123,458,604. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1016, State Department for Cabinet Affairs.
I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1016, the State Department for Cabinet Affairs be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 285,972,102.
Program being revised under vote 1016, Cabinet Affairs Services.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1016 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the programs being revised under the vote 1016 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will as many opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1016, that is the State Department for Cabinet Affairs, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings to 85,972,102. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1017, State House.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, that's recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1017, and that is for State House, be increased by a sum not exceeding 2,537,417,517.
Program being revised under vote 1017, State House Affairs.
Members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1017 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. The Honorable Window, 1 minute, please.
Chair, an increase you always raises questions. Probably the chair of a Budget Appropriation Committee could let us know exactly what is being changed from the bill that we passed in June, so that we appreciate the reason for the increase. I'm hoping close to 2 billion. It's not a small amount of money. Probably the chair could enlighten members of this house, members of public, so that they know. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Lodge.
Chair, I also want to weigh in on this one, and my position on this is that we need to be able to enable all arms of government to be able to operate equally. The percentage increase here compared to the decrease that is being meted on parliamentary affairs does not lend itself to what you call equality of arms. All arms of government equally represents the people, and therefore we need a justification on why there is an inordinate amount of increase in State House and a decrease on parliamentary affairs. I think we need to reject this one.
Thank you. The Honorable Mago.
Thank you, Chair. I also share in the sentiments of my other colleagues. We are living in empirical times. We really need to know why such a huge increase in the allocation for State House.
Thank you. Chair Committee, Budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I just wish to relay this information to the members who have requested for clarifications that, as you are aware, mostly, the President is serving our country and nation most of the time in State House. That is why he has been hosting most of the delegations that we have seen, delegations that which have had a huge positive impact to our country, Honorable Chair. And therefore, that is the reason why there is a slight increment. Secondly, the issue of parliamentary affairs here is not a vote, is actually not a vote within Parliament. It's good for me to clarify that. And therefore, the deduction here is part of the rationalization program that this budget or supplementary is running. And therefore, Honorable Chair, there is nothing unusual about this. And lastly, if members peruse the main budget estimates for the State House, they'll see that because of the scarcity of resources then, we were not able to allocate adequate resources because we are foreseeing probably as we move forward, we may have an opportunity to give that organ and very important organ of government sufficient resources.
Thank you. Honorable Junet.
Chair, I've listened keenly to the chair of the budget committee. Chair, at this point in time when things are difficult, and if you look at this supplementary budget holistically, it's a supplementary budget that many votes are being, money is being deducted from many votes. And to increase 2 billion shillings at once, Chair, 2 billion shillings to State House is a lot of money, unless that voted is for the famous rice and beef stew.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Chair.
Because all the money we are appropriating is for our country, is good for us to understand also that there has been also development expenditure meted in regards to the State House, because we are trying to reduce the recurrent expenditure, and especially, for example, of tentings, so that we have one permanent pavilion, so that we don't have to incur periodic recurrent expenditure in terms of when the President is hosting delegations. So this is a very valid increment, and as I said before, if you check in the main budget, State House had not been given enough resources because the President had requested that we first allocate resources to areas that needed resources then. And therefore, I beseech all members here that we pass this because it is very merited.
Thank you, Janet. Honorable Janet, you don't have the point of order. You can just argue if you want to argue.
Chair, the budget committee chairman is making things even worse. Chair, we cannot budget for 2 billion shillings to do pavilion. We have just finished a campaign the other day, and there is no need of hosting delegations anymore. This is the time to tighten our belts. You can see even Parliament is losing a lot of money. You can see all arms of government is losing a lot of money. And we are discussing here pavilions, delegations, beef stew and rice. No, we cannot accept that. This must be removed.
I think there's also a roster.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I really want to beseech all members here. The explanations I gave are numerous. I talked about one, and number two also I talked about the major item, that is if you compare the budget for State House in the printed estimates were totally inadequate. And that was on the request of the President himself, that even before we found his office, there were other pressing needs like the education sector, and therefore we deliberately underfunded that program, knowing there will be an opportunity probably to beef it up, but having taken care of the pressing needs of the country by that time.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Junet, I've just told you, even a leso is there. I now put the question that the programs being... I'll put the question... I put the question... Members, it's only one vote. I've given... The Honorable Mwago, I gave you a chance already. I put the question that the program being revised under the vote 1017 as read out and sums allocated in will be approved. Will the member opinion say aye? Aye. Will the member opinion say nay? Nay. Because the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurrent on development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1017 for State House be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 2,537,417,517. Will have another opinion say aye? Last man of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1023, State Department for Correctional Services.
Members, I propose a question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of the vote 1023, that is the Department for Correctional Services, be reduced by the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 291,490,957.
Programs being revised under vote 1023, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Prison Services, Probation and Aftercare Services.
Thank you. I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1023 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Yes, Honorable Undo.
Chair, again, I would want a reassurance from either the chair of the committee or the chair of Public Accounts Committee that the reduction of prison services by close to 300 million will not affect the welfare of the prisoners and other persons serving different sentences under the correctional and postal services.
Thank you.
I just want that an assurance. The Kenyans want that an assurance.
Okay.
The prisoners themselves want that assurance that the reforms started by Uncle Moody are not being plowed back by these serious cuts. We just want that assurance.
Chair, 1 minute.
Honorable Chair, it is important, and I know Honorable Dr. Oudo knows that the correctional services is one of the most resourced MDA that we have. And therefore, this is a marginal cut that is not affecting the clients of the correctional services, but more so only affecting rationalization in terms of the O&M.
Thank you so much. I put the question, therefore, that the program being revised under vote 1023 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure that's recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1023 for the State Department for Correctional Services be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 291,490,953. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1024, State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services.
Because I propose the question that further the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1024 of the State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 602,486,011.
Programs being revised under vote 1024. Migration and Citizen Services Management, Population Management Services, and General Administration and Planning.
I propose a question that the programs being revised under vote 1024 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1024 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1024 with the State Department for Immigration and Citizen Services be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 602,486,011. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1025, National Police Service.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1025, that is the National Police Service, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,479,780,360.
Program being revised under vote 1025, policing services.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1025 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Honorable Watch.
Chairman, I just wanted an assurance that the increase in here are not increases so as to be able to help send our police officers to Haiti, taking into account that in spite of the fact that we debated this matter, I later came into contact with a court order that was actually served to the Speaker of this House, and therefore the deliberations as done this morning was sub judice and contrary to the court order. So I just need the assurance that these increases do not relate to aiding and abetting the sending of our troops to Haiti.
The Honorable Chair of Committee on Internal Security.
Chair, I think I did assure this House and Kenyans that all the cost in regards to the deployment of our police officers to Haiti is purely 100% taken care of by the UN.
Thank you.
No single shilling of taxpayers is going to go into this. Yeah.
Thank you. The Honorable Lodge, I think you are assured. I put the question that the programs being revised under the vote 1025 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore now put the question that the Appropriations Act 2023, further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of the vote 1025 for the National Police Service, be increased by a sum not exceeding 1,479,780,360. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1026, State Department for Internal Security and National Administration.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1026, that is the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration, be increased by a sum not exceeding 8,762,549,448.
Program being revised under vote 1026, General Administration and Support Services.
Members, I propose the question that the program being revised under vote 1026 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the program being revised under vote 1026 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, that's recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1026, the State Department for Internal Security and National Administration be increased by a sum not exceeding 8,762,549,448. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1032, State Department for Devolution.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1032, that is the State Department for Devolution, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 324,158,016.
The program being revised under vote 1032, Devolution Services.
I propose the question that the program being revised under vote 1032 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Yes, Honorable Bondo.
Chair, the amount being, actually the vote being reduced is capital expenditure. That means that probably there was a project that was supposed to be undertaken and is already underway. Can you have an assurance that reduction from 203 million to 56 million will not lead to pending bills? Because this is a capital project, we expect has already been tendered, a reduction obviously naturally leads to pending bills. Can we get a condemnation be assured that not result in pending bills?
Chair.
Honorable Chair, I want to assure Dr. Oudo, Honorable Dr. Oudo, that the money is there, and the entire rationalization, just to answer for any other vote also, the Treasury was targeting the monies or projects that are yet to be committed, and therefore it will not lead to pending bills.
Thank you. I put the question, therefore, that the program being revised under vote 1032, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. Will have another opinion say aye? Will have another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I therefore put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1032 for the State Department of Devolution, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 324,158,016. Will have another opinion say aye? Will have another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1036, State Department for Asals and Regional Development.
Members, I propose a question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1036 for the State Department for Asals and Regional Development, be increased by a sum not exceeding 8,160,926,489.
Programs being revised under vote 1036, Accelerated Asal Development, General Administration Planning and Support Services, Integrated Regional Development.
Thank you. I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1036, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Honorable Wundo, you want an assurance on this one too?
No, I just want to know what it entails. A whooping increase of 8 billion is not is not pocket change. Fine, to some of these guys could be pocket change, but where we come from, this is a colossal sum of money. We just want to know what does it entail, because I know part of it has already been disbursed under Article 223, but we want to know the entirety, a breakdown where, because if it's mitigation about El Nino, what, because El Nino is not there, I mean, what are we spending a whole whooping 8 billion?
Honorable Ndindi.
This, El Nino is over.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to assure all members that the monies that we have increased in that vote is money for modernization of police equipment, Honorable Chair.
No, we are ASALs.
Yeah?
We are ASALs, regional development. Chair, we are dealing with regional development, vote 1036. Vote 1036.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I actually anticipated that Dr. Honorable Oudo may also question about the one for police. Sorry for preempting that. that is the monies for police modernization, but also the other ones for regional development. Is that you realize, Honorable Chair, most of these RDAs have a recurrent cumulative of over 2 billion shillings. But also, in terms of development, it is less than 10% mostly. And therefore, what we felt as the committee is that we need also to allocate them enough roles, and enough roles comes with resources, most of which is cutting across. Some is water, others are commercial services, for example, citing a company like Ewasonyiro South, which is having a very good and robust plan in terms of the leather industry. And therefore, Honorable Oudo and all the members, it is cross-cutting in many respects of our economy.
Thank you. The Honorable Wundo.
Just for record purpose, I hope this money is going to be equitably and fairly distributed throughout the Republic of Kenya. That's my point of concern. It is possible that 8.1 billion, like it has been in the past, will be concentrated in one region, Sidoho Valley, Sidoho Dam, where me and you and share, it will burst the banks and damage all our properties, all our crops, yet all the money will go even to a place repairing roads that are never used. We just don't want that assurance because we don't have the scheduled projects. If we can just give or go on record that the 8.1 billion will be fed all over the entire Republic of Kenya, even though we might not be shareholders.
Thank you. Member for Sona East.
Chair, Chair, we are dealing with a supplementary budget. We are not dealing with the main budget of June and July. Chair, 8 billion is not small money. So, can the chair come clearer on what is this, what it entails, this increment? You can't just say it was on Euro South, it was North. Those are dead things that we know that never functioned for the last 10 years. Unless you will talk about Lake Basin, then I can hear.
Honorable Chair, go ahead. Talk about Lake Basin now.
Honorable Chair, I agree. I gave a partial answer to that because I forgot to say that in this amount, there is actually a donor-funded project in terms of food security of over actually 5 billion shillings. Over 5 billion shillings. A World Bank project where we put in money and then World Bank reimburses the exchequer when it is expended. And therefore, some of these monies, over 5 billion, is going there. But in terms of RDAs, there is no single RDA that has not gotten something, however small, in terms of the issues around floods, which will be very critical. But more importantly, there are some who have very good plans that are fitting into better program.
Thank you.
Better here meaning the bottom-up transformation model that we have.
Thank you. I therefore, members, I therefore put the question that the program being revised under vote 1036 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1036, the State Department for Asset and Regional Development be increased by a sum not exceeding 8,160,926,489. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1041, Ministry of Defense.
Members, I propose a question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1041, that is the Ministry of Defense, be increased by a sum not exceeding 8,492,301,616.
Programs being revised under vote 1041, Defense, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, and National Space Management.
Thank you. I propose the question, members, that the programs being revised under vote 1041 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I'll start with the lady member, the Honorable Renee Mayaka.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, for me, I'm also quite concerned because the amount indicated is quite a sum of money. And if you see the allocation that has been put in the table with further explanation, it just says defense. So maybe we need a bit more substantiation in terms of what does this cover exactly for our understanding.
The Honorable Clive.
Chair, I'm also very concerned that the Ministry of Defense is asking for an increase of 8.492 billion. Maybe would like a clarification because some few months back, the Defense Committee came here and sought permission to send our troops to the Congo and said they are going to spend 2 billion.
Yeah.
We are very sure that so far they've spent more than that, and their expected funding from the UN didn't come through. Is this amounts meant to go towards the funding of the soldiers in the DRC? And if so, how much is that? And further to that, the soldiers were to be there for 6 months. Why are they still there? And therefore forcing taxpayers to dig deeper into the already empty pockets to finance this mission.
Thank you. Minority Whip.
Chair, this is a colossal sum of money.
How much is colossal?
8 billion again. Chair, you see, people are saying that we are doing austerity. But as Chair, I'm aware also that the Committee of Foreign and Defense Relations did not approve this sum of money in their report, Chair, because they realized this is a lot of money, and it is the Budget Committee through the executive order of his chair that has put this money in this budget, Mr. Chair. Chair, he needs to explain further.
Thank you.
The chairman should tell us, this is a lot of money. Chair, this is a lot of money.
The Honorable Chair for Defense, the Honorable less Defense Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just an explanation that what we reallocated from the Ministry of Defense from the request was 900 million. 600 million went to a National Intelligence Service for recruitment, 200 million went to East African Community, and 100 million went to Diaspora Affairs. And I think as it is, we are, as a committee, we were satisfied with that position. And that is exactly what we submitted before the Budget Committee.
The Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. That has been handled properly by the Departmental Chair, Honorable Member for Belgut, and also members. As you realize, whatever austerity measures we could be having as a nation that is not secure, there is no amount of austerity that can keep it secure from the enemies. And that is why you find that proportionately what we've done in internal security, we're also trying to boost our defense, which needs to be capacitated to deal with the current threats.
Chair, where is the money going? Because the question being asked by 3 members is...
This money is part of it, Honorable Chair. As you know, there was a recent recruitment, which also we needed to provide PE for them, or personal emoluments, and also, Honorable Chair, also a sizable amount is going to modernization of also defense equipment.
No, it's a point of just clarification, maybe not order. Go ahead.
Chair, point of clarification. Chair, you know, we've been around here for a long time with you. And the security sector in the budgeting system is known for padding the budget. Chairman, you must be alive to that matter. And let me ask you something. You cannot say this money is for the recruitment. By the time the recruitment is being done, that recruitment is budgeted for. You cannot recruit people without money. Where are you going to feed them? If you miss the money here, what will you do? You will chase them away. And then secondly, Chair, the chair here of the committee has just said, what he has submitted to the budget committee is only 900 million. 250, 300 million, 900. You are talking about here 8 billion. And we know the kind of things that go through because of, opaque, auditing system in the security system. Just tell us if this money is for the beef stew and rice. We shall agree. We shall agree.
Thank you. Go.
Honorable Chair, as Honorable Junet is very, very quite aware, when you do hiring, and especially mid-year in terms of financial year, you need monies to pay the new recruits or the new employee salaries. That is part of this money. Secondly, the sizable, I think of around 6 billion Kenya shillings, is actually going into modernization of the equipment in regards to defense. And Honorable Chair, this is a multi-year project actually. As it happens in internal security, it happens in defense, in terms of capacitating our men and women in uniform to be able to secure us. Some of us who are seated here and elsewhere, we need to make sure that they have the right equipment to be able to defend our country.
Members, this has to go either way. I therefore put the question that the program being revised under vote 1041 as read out and sums allocated. The questions as regards budget have been answered sufficiently, at least to my satisfaction. So, Yes, Honorable Junet, what's...
Chair, you see, the statement that has been given by the chair budget here is not satisfactory. Chair, for the reasons that he's saying, you know, we are doing this supplementary budget for purposes of austerity. If you can see, all ministries, all departments, all agencies have been, their budget has been cut. Other than places where, you know, there are fishy things, you can see things with your own naked eyes.
Okay.
Chair, like this one. Chair. And the recruitment of...
Honorable Junet, you're doing very well. It was beef stew. You are now move fish again. There's no fish in this thing. So this will go either way. Okay, 1 minute. 1 minute.
Please. It was very unfortunate for a very high-ranking member like Junet to make such very statement. And he knows that to secure this country, security is very expensive all over. In fact, if actually we will have been fair, we should even have appropriated and allocated more resources to the security organs. And you know that. Haiti, I think we have dispensed that one.
Then remember, you've been hard. We are doing supplementary budget today. That's going to be our agenda. So I better put the Honorable Clive. The question you asked is a very good question. I think it is a very good place in the committee during the normal sessions of the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations as to how our forces are doing in DRC, how long they have taken there, whether they have been brought back or not, should be asked at a good time. I think that's been answered by the Chair of Budget. The Chair of Budget has said to my satisfaction that the money is going to modernization. I heard him say that clearly. I therefore put the question that the program being revised under Vote 1041 as read out and some accumulated in the schedule be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? No. The ayes have it. I therefore put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1041, Ministry of Defense, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 8,492,301,616. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1053, State Department for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you. I propose the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1053, and that is State Department of Foreign Affairs, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 834,641,173.
The programs being revised under this vote are General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Foreign Relations and Diplomacy, Economic and Commercial Diplomacy, Foreign Policy Research, Capacity Development and Technical Cooperation.
Members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under Vote 1053 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Yes, Honorable Janet.
Chair, I want to bring to the attention of the Chairman of the Budget Committee that there is adding 800, let's say the budget is adding 834 million only. But whether he's aware that people who are serving in the diplomatic services are suffering outside the country, especially when we visit there as members of parliament, is when we come into contact with their plight. Some of them have not paid rent for many years. Houses are being closed. They are not getting their allowances. Why can't you give them more money than this modernization thing that is beef stew?
Chair Budget, are you aware? Are you aware of the suffering?
Honorable Chair, and I want to thank Honorable Janet for having that observation. And it is precisely for that reason that you are actually adding money.
Thank you. I now put the question. That the program being revised under Vote 1053 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1053 of the State Department of Foreign Affairs, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 834,641,173. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1053, State Department for Diaspora Affairs.
Thank you. I propose the question, members, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, 1,173. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1053, State Department for Diaspora Affairs.
Thank you. I propose the question, members, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1054, for the State Department of Diaspora Affairs, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,710,293.
The program being revised here is Management of Diaspora and Consular Services.
Go ahead.
The program being revised under this vote is Management of Diaspora and Consular Affairs.
Thank you. I propose, members, the question that the program being revised under Vote 1054 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. 1,710,293. Let's go on, Mayaka. Honorable Mayaka.
Chair, I'm really concerned about this. The amount allocated to diaspora affairs, and I've seen it's allocated for affairs of running the affairs of diaspora, and yet this is one of the main streams of investment from Kenyans who live in the diaspora. Chair, the money allocated here is not fair. I think Chair, budget needs to explain to us, or remove some of the money from the Deputy President's office for lobster and put it here so that it can help Kenyans who are investing.
Thank you. The Honorable Justice Kemei.
Yeah, he said he buys lobsters.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to support the increase in the budget for Diaspora Affairs, Chair, because we are looking at those critical areas in which we must extend consular services so that we can be able to attain the strategic interests of the country. For example, in areas like Kuwait and the Arabian countries which employ our people, we need more consular affairs. Thank you, Chair. I support.
Thank you, Chair. I want to differ with Honorable Irene. You know, this is a new State Department that was formed the other day, and they still don't have proper structures, and that is the reason we are putting in 1 million. As time goes by, that State Department will get more money in supplementary too. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Vikiri.
Thank you, Chair. I like to support an increment on this department. Mr. Chairman, this department is very critical, particularly now that the President is moving around the world, trying to look for opportunities for jobs for our Kenyan citizens. Slashing or giving this small budget to them, I think it is not giving the department the support they need. I argue that this department is given increase a certain good percentage so that it can be able to do what it is doing. Mr. President has made it very clear that we need to increase the number of Kenyans working abroad. This is the department that is doing this thing. We cannot curtail their activities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
The Honorable Munyiri. I want to hear what the Munyiri has to say.
Munyoro.
Go ahead.
Munyoro is my name. Thank you, Chair. I think I'm in support of that because 1.7 million shillings is really insignificant and it can't be used to do anything substantive. And I'm wondering what the explanation is on why it should be so little. So I support Honorable Redikiri that we need to increase the amount or we need to put better structure so that we give more money to this department. We are encouraging our youth to look for jobs abroad, and we can't be able to facilitate them honestly.
Thank you so much. The chair of the Foreign Relations Committee. Now let's see how the chair has to say.
Chair, I agree with honorable colleagues that we share the sympathy, but that is the reason why, if you notice, they had lost from Treasury 98 million. So what we did as a committee, like I mentioned earlier, we reallocated from the Ministry of Defense to them 100 million. So the net effect is that they got back their 98 million and an additional 1 million on top. That actually balances out.
Honorable members, I put the question that the program being revised under Vote 1054 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will has another opinion say aye? Will has another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recovery and development, for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of Vote 1054, with the State Department for Diaspora Affairs, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,710,293. Will has been another technical, vocational education and training be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,589,606,639.
The programs being revised under this vote are technical, vocational education and training, youth training and development, general administration, planning and support services.
Honorable members, I propose the question. The programs being revised under Vote 1064 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. Honorable Lodge. Honorable Lodge.
Chairman, even as I support this and I support it, I would like to ask the committee to look into processes and procedures that lead to procurement post our appropriation, because procurement, after we have put money, actually takes inordinate amounts of time. I'm also thinking that there is a problem when it comes to capitation that goes to school, which I hope is also part of this increase. The same way that our universities are suffering from delays in help monies reaching our needy students is also being experienced with our TVET. So that in exercising our oversight role, let us put in money, but let us follow this money and find out that it actually reaches our students on time. I support it.
Thank you. The Honorable Melly.
Thank you, Chair. I support the appropriation, and more specifically on the issue of the students. About 5 billion shillings were actually appropriated for the new funding formula. Yet in the last budget, we had appropriated 4.6 billion in the former funding model. So as the Honorable Lodge has just put it, there is enough money for the students, and two, there's also enough money for the TTIs that had not been completed, and even the 15 that are going to be started. I support the Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Wundo.
Actually, I wanted to ask the chair of the Committee of Education, if you look, we are giving on the right and taking by the left. If you look at the capital expenditure, there's a reduction of close to about 5 billion. So it's just a net off from capital expenditure to recurrent expenditure. Again, as I asked earlier, I hope we're not facing a specter of pending bills. Probably if you can clarify, because we're reducing capital expenditure from 7.6 to 7. What do you have to say?
Honorable Wundo, is that a comment or a question? Okay, the Honorable Meli. He says that your left hand has given to your right hand, and then you put your right hand on the back.
I think, as the Chair Budget has just put it, it is actually a net increment of 5 billion. So there is no reduction. In fact, this sector had an increment, not a reduction, Chair.
Okay. No, he's listened to you and he said that this is the education sector. And he says in that sector, the right hand has not taken away from the left. In fact, both hands have received 5 billion. I therefore propose the question, that the program being revised under vote 1064 as read out and sums located in the schedule will be approved. Will have another opinion say aye? Will have another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Therefore, members put the question that further the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1064, for the State Department for Technical, Vocational and Education and Training, be increased by a sum not exceeding 4,589,606,639. Will have another opinion say aye? Will have another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1065, State Department for Higher Education and Research.
Members, I propose a question that further the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1065, the State Department for Higher Education and Research, be increased by a sum not exceeding 25,920,848,822.
The programs being revised under this vote are University Education, Research Science, Technology and Innovation, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
Members, I propose a question that the programs being revised under vote 1065 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question. Is the Honorable Jeanette.
Chair, you see, Chair, the sum being increased is 25 billion shillings. And I want to hear what the Chair of Budget is saying. Because, Chair, a supplementary budget is supposed to address issues of emergency in nature. And 25 billion shillings is a lot of money. What is this and we are barely 4 months away from the budget we've just passed.
I thought budgets used to be handled by 223.
No, Chair.
Supplementary.
No, Chair. Even supplementary is supposed to do with critical matters only.
Okay.
So what is this thing that you can increase 25 billion shillings, number one? Secondly,
Honorable Chair, resume your seat.
Is this money just in form of paper, or they will be real exchequer? We have passed here many times a lot of money just on paper. The money never goes to the schools.
Thank you. The Honorable Makali. If you would put your card.
Thank you, Chair.
I request members to put their cards so that we are able to locate them easily.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the increase, but I want to get the assurance from the Chair of the Budget Committee whether this increment of 25 billion is going also to cater for capitation on the higher education loans board for the poor students who have to access university education.
Thank you. Honorable Mboko.
Thank you, Chair. As I support this, the Chair of Budget should assure not only this House but the country as a whole that this is now fixing the new model of funding in universities.
Thank you.
So that the students who are in the university can, for once, rest.
Chair, Committee of Budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I want all members to know that all the objective of the supplementary budget was to align the current needs of the nation with the resources that we have. And to answer Honorable Jeanette, there was an intake for our university students just recently, which we need to take care of. And I want to assure him, actually, even the students across the country, something that has not been seen for many years, they actually received boom payment, actually, for the last 2 weeks. And therefore, this money is just not on paper. It is monies, some of which is already in the pockets of the students of Kenya. And therefore, this money is actually in two categories. There is part that is scholarships, and there is also part that is loans granted by HELP.
Honorable Mboko, what is out of order is
very clear in my mind. You know, when the chairman budget talks about boom is back, is he saying that now the students at the university are receiving boom as defined by boom by those who are in the universities those days?
No, the Honorable Chair, the Honorable Meli, There's no boom, but you answer this question.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as Honorable Mulemba has just put it, in our days we used to get boom. As we speak now, Chair, the students are getting the out-of-pocket money up to a tune of 60,000 based on the needs of every child. The very needy gets up to 60. And it is actually determined by the mean testing. So I want to assure the members and the House and the public that this money has already been remitted to the students by the Higher Education Loans Board. I thank you, Chair.
Dr. Bondindi, did you ever receive the boom yourself?
Yeah, from home when we got coffee payments.
Thank you. Members, I now put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1065 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will the that opinion say aye? Will the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I further put the question that further the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1065, that is the State Department for Higher Education and Research, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 25 billion, 920 million, 848,822. Will another opinion say aye? Will another contrary opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
Vote 1066, State Department for Basic Education.
I propose the question that further the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1066, and that is the State Department for Basic Education, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 11 billion, 746 million, 101,126.
The programs being revised under this vote are primary education, secondary education, quality assurance and standards, general administration, planning and support services.
Members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1066 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. This one I just want to put the question. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1066 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will as many opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I put the question, therefore, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1066, that is State Department for Basic Education, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 11 billion, 746 million, 101,126. Will as many other opinion say aye? Will as many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1071, the National Treasury.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1071, that's the National Treasury, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17 billion, 329 million, 790,238.
The programs being revised under this vote are general administration, planning and support services, public finance management, economic and financial policy formulation and management, market competition.
Thank you. Members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1071 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1071 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Will as many other opinion say aye? As many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore put the question, members, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1071 for the National Treasury, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17 billion, 329 million, 790,238. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote.
And the question has already been put.
Honorable Honorable Chair, just resume your seat. We'll recommit.
Because the question
because I've already put the question on the matter and we voted, and just make sure that you recommit it. We'll recommit it at the end of all this.
So that is with regard to vote 6.
And may I request? The next one has.
Because this order, I think I have around, but supplementary, they are mixed with the papers. Supplementary doesn't have, there's a supplementary order here with amendments.
So
bring that one. Because the only amendment.
Does it have an amendment?
And that's now what we have to cross check.
May I request the Honorable Chairs and the Chair Budget, where there's an amendment, you alert us in advance so that you don't have to do this.
Vote 1072, State Department for Economic Planning.
Members, I propose the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1072, that is the State Department for Economic Planning, be increased by a sum not exceeding 2,430,260,325.
The programs being revised under this program are Economic Policy and National Planning, National Statistical Information Services, Public Investment Management Monitoring and Evaluation Services, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
But I propose the question, the programs being revised under Vote 1072 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I want to call the mover to move his amendment.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I propose that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the financial year 30th June 2024 in respect to the vote you just read be increased by a sum of Kenya shillings 1 billion from 57 billion 253 million 750,000 to 58 billion 253 million 750,000. And Honorable Chair, this is actually the monies for infrastructure for Nairobi schools, which we are moving from the Ministry of Education to go to NGCDF so that the members of Nairobi can actually supervise the construction of those facilities.
Thank you. Let me just propose a question first. I propose a question that the program being revised under Vote 1072 as amended, be amended as proposed. Yes, Honorable Lodge. Go ahead.
Both the program items and in particular the infrastructure amount that is being allocated to Nairobi. Chair, you will realize that Nairobi constituency has one of the biggest problems in informal settlements when it comes to school infrastructure. And if you leave alone Mathare, where I come from, I'll give example of Embakasi Central, one school that has over 4,000 students. Therefore, I do support this, but with the rider chair, the Economic Planning State Department is the one that we second CDF money. And we did this in June of last year, and up to now, we do not have CDF funds. So even as we increase this amount, I think we need clarity from the chair that are we going to receive CDF money before we go on recess. But I do support the amendments, in particular the infrastructure one.
Thank you, members. I propose the question that the program, National Economic Policy, National Planning, under Vote 1072, be amended as proposed. Will another opinion say aye? Aye. Will as a member of opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that the program being revised under vote 1072 as amended and sums allocated be approved. I put the question that the program being revised under vote 1072 as amended and sums allocated therein be approved. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore put the question finally that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure required and development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1072, State Department for Planning be increased by a sum not exceeding, let me just confirm that what it is. By a sum not exceeding 3,430,260,325. Will as another opinion say aye? Will as another opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1082, State Department for Medical Services.
Members, I propose the question that further Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, required and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1082, the State Department for Medical Services be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,953,050,074.
Programs being revised under this vote are National Referral and Specialized Services, Curative and Reproductive Maternal Newborn Child Adolescent Health, Health Research and Innovations, General Administration.
Thank you. I propose a question that the programs being revised under vote 1082 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. This also has an amendment, so I'll ask the mover to move the amendment.
Honorable Chair was Honorable Ishongwa's amendment and he actually dropped.
It's dropped, huh? So, no members, then we therefore move and propose and put the question that the program, I already proposed the question. I put the question that the program being revised under vote 1082, that is for the Department of Medical Services, be as amended and sums allocated be approved. Will another opinion say aye? Will another opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Members, I put the question therefore that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1082 for the State Department for Medical Services, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 5,953,050,734. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1083, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards.
I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, required and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1083, State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,612,408,118.
Programs being revised under this vote are Preventive and Promotive Health Services, Health Resources Development and Innovation, Health Policy, Standards and Regulations, General Administration.
I propose a question that the programs being revised under vote 1083 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1083 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As one other opinion say aye, as one other opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1083, the State Department for Public Health and Professional Standards, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,612,408,118. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1091, State Department for Roads.
I propose the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1091, State Department for Roads, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 18,555,581,832.
The program being revised under this vote is road transport.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1091 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Honorable Ndikiri.
I thank you, Chairman. My concern is that we are on a period of avalanche and many roads are going to be affected. As we study and deliberate on this supplementary budget, we want to get an assurance for the chairman of the budget that all the destroyed trans-county and transnational loans that have been destroyed, they will be funded from the budget. What am I saying? I'm not comfortable with this reduction. If there is any department that needs to be given more money, it is this department.
Thank you. The member for Kericho.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to ask why there is so much reduction, yet our roads are so bad. You go to our constituencies, to our counties, the people, the first thing they ask is about the roads. So they look at the members of parliament and they look at the roads, and then it is like we are not doing anything. So too much of this reduction will also cost us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Kigumo.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I'm actually quite disappointed because in actual sense we thought that the department that needed more money was the Department for Roads, because I come from an area where we are really suffering. We are in the Mau Mau trunk road, they are impassable, and we were hoping that this department would get more money so that we are able to sort our problems. I've seen that it's a capital reduction, and I think, honestly, we should have had more money for the State Department for Roads.
Honorable Undo.
Chair, let me also join my colleagues in expressing our dissatisfaction and fear, because this is a department that has got huge case of pending bills. This is a department that has got many roads that have stalled, some were being declared politically. I don't know what plan does the committee have to resolve the issue of pending bills in the road sector. Probably we need that clarification, an assurance.
No, this can't be a point of debate. I want to give the chairperson. Yes, don't 1 minute.
Before you go to the chairman, we have just passed here voted that increased 8 billion shillings to the Ministry of Defense, Chair. And we are saying we are reducing 18 billion shillings from the Ministry of Roads. Where are our priorities, Chair? Or this budget just is, we are a conveyor belt. You know, the budget making process now belongs to the National Assembly. The Treasury just makes proposals to us. So if there is no money for roads, the people who are going to be blamed is not the executive, it's going to be Parliament. You are increasing 8 billion shillings for Ministry of Defense just to buy small things. And then 18 billion shillings is being removed from the Ministry of Roads, and you can hear the member there, unless you paid him in beef stew and rice.
No, they did a less of the honorable member for.
Honorable Chair, starting with the question, especially from Honorable Redikri, the damaged roads have several kind of fundings. One funding is donor funded, number 2 is exchequer, but there is also maintenance. Money to maintain roads comes from the fuel levy, and Honorable Chair, that money is available, and all the damaged roads will be taken care of. In terms of the other issues around the road sector and other funding, I want to assure this House that we are working on a bilateral agreement that will unlock a lot of pending bills to be paid, and I want to also to assure all the members that we are going to have the equipment for construction of roads going back to our constituencies. So this is just for this period, but by the time we are going to the next budget cycle, we will have unlocked sufficient resources that will go into the road sector. And we have also taken care of, I know there are some stored roads in Suna East. I have the list. By March, there will be part of the roads that will be unlocked. And of course, Kericho and all the other counties.
The Honorable is Nganga. Just move the one that's going to. Just move to this one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I just wanted to add into it, like where I come from in Thika Town constituency, I'm Adakura, and there's no money. And there are so many roads that are impassable, and people are up in arms, so we would want this to be looked into, because it is causing a lot of problems back at home. So, but we have heard what the Chair for Budget has said. We will give them time, but we need to look into these roads, because I want to tell you, Chairman, we are really suffering. Our contractors are no longer there. They have carried their things. They are out of those roads, and it is really, really a mess as we speak right now. I have 2 contractors that, and you know, me, I don't have care. I hear people talking about carer. My constituency has no carer. It is only Kura. And from the budget, from what I've seen, Kura has nothing, has zero budgeted for it, has zero amount of money. It is very sad.
This one has to go either way, members, because the Honorable General, allow me to put the question on this matter.
Members, Chair, just if you listen to what Honorable Alice Nganga is saying, Chair, you feel like crying. Chair, we must reverse this. 18 billion must be, you know, Chair, the Chairman has just said that we have road maintenance levy. That is maintenance. We are discussing about building of new roads. Is he aware that grass has grown in many of the roads and projects that have been abandoned? Chair, this is a serious matter. Let us reverse this.
Let's vote on this matter, members. Members, let's vote on this matter. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1091 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As one other opinion say aye. As one other opinion say nay. No. The ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1091, State Department for Roads, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 18,555,581,832. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 1092, State Department for Transport.
Members, I propose the question that further Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1092, State Department for Transport, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 2,227,614,460.
Programs being revised under this vote are General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Rail Transport, Marine Transport, Air Transport, Road Safety.
Members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1092 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Honorable Junet.
Let's be serious as a house.
We are serious, Honorable Junet.
Chair, how can we reduce money from the transport sector? Chair, look at the other day. The roof was leaking in Jomo Kenyatta Airport. Where will they get the money to repair it if we don't give them money? Chair, let us give these people money, Bana. Chair, this is going to be, and don't vote yes on this one. You look like clowns. Chair, let us agree on this one.
Thank you, Member for Molo. Member for Molo.
Thank you, Chair. You know, when you are in the Committee of Ways and Means of Supply, I think what Honorable Junet should tell us is where we are cutting this from. And maybe we should then go to the capitation for JSS, for NGCDF, and go to fund these particular roads, as Honorable Junet is probably saying. But we must agree that if we do not have the resources to do that, some things can wait. And if our revenues improve, then we can always come back in supplementary too and allocate more money for these particular priority areas, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, members. I put the question that the program being revised under vote 1092 as read out and some located in the schedule be approved. As another opinion say aye. As many opinion say nay. I have it. Members, the Honorable Jeanette. Members, I put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1092, State Department for Transport, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 2,227,614,440. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 1093, State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs.
Must I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both current, recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1093, State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs, be reduced by a sum not exceeding 280,157,224.
The program being affected under this vote is Shipping and Maritime Affairs.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1093 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1093 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. I now put the question that further the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurrent and development for the year 30th June 2021, in respect of vote 1093, State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 280,157,224. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1094, State Department for Housing and Urban Development.
Members, I propose a question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1094, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 13,261,111,801.
Programs being revised under this vote are Housing Development and Human Settlement, Urban and Metropolitan Development, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose a question that the programs being revised under vote 1094 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the Honorable Undo.
Chair, and I hope both the Chair of Finance and Budget and Appropriation Committee are listening. Chair, when we passed the finance bill this year, the contentious finance bill, we had the impression that money meant for housing levy was going to be ring-fenced and will not be appropriated to any other activity. Is the reduction from 80 billion to 74 billion, were we renegating from that and that undertaking that we were given at that particular time? But we need that clarification.
Thank you. Honorable Jeanette.
Chair, you see, there is a reduction of 13 billion shillings in the urban development and housing. Chair, a lot of markets have been promised to be built all over the country through the urban development. Chair, does this mean that there is nothing that's going to happen? It's just hot air.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Keke, go ahead. You removed your card so we can't see you. But you not clicked. Okay. Okay. It's blinking. Yes, we can't see it, but just give him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, this addition of these 80 billion shillings is because, remember, the passage of the budget was done before we started collecting the housing levy. Now that we are collecting this housing levy, it's going to the consolidated fund, and we did an amendment towards the Committee of the Whole House during the finance bill, and sort of reinforce and say that this money cannot be spent on for any other purpose but for the purpose of affordable housing. Now that we have started collecting these funds of this housing levy, that's why we are adding this additional 80 billion shillings to the State Department of Housing and Urban Development for that particular, for those particular projects of affordable housing.
Reducing. I put the question that the program being revised under vote 1094 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many opinions say nay. The ayes have it. Members, I put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, required and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1094, State Department for Housing and Urban Development, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 11,261,111,801. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 1094, State Department for Public Works.
I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recovery and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1095, State Department for Public Works, be reduced by sum not exceeding 432,348,046.
Programs being revised under vote 1095, government buildings, coastline infrastructure and pedestrian access, general administration, planning and support services, regulation and development of the construction industry.
I propose a question that the programs being revised under vote 1095 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1095 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Honorable Soro. The ayes have it. Members, I put the question that further the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure of the recovery and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1095 for State Department for Public Works, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 432,348,046. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 1104, State Department for Irrigation.
I propose the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recovery and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1104, State Department for Irrigation, be reduced by a sum not exceeding 538,244,870.
Programs being revised under vote 1104, irrigation and land reclamation, water storage and flood control, water harvesting and storage for irrigation, general administration, planning and support services.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1104 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1104 as read out and sums allocated in schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I put the question therefore that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recovery and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1104 for State Department for Irrigation, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 538,244,870. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 1109, State Department for Water and Sanitation.
I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recovery and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1109 for State Department for Water and Sanitation, be increased by a sum not exceeding 3,429,900,386.
Programs being revised under vote 1109, general administration, planning and support services, water resources management, and water and sewerage infrastructure development.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1109 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1109 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I finally put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recovery and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1109, the State Department for Water and Sanitation, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,427,900,386. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1112, State Department for Lands and Physical Planning.
I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recovery and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1112, State Department for Lands and Physical Planning, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 422 million.
Programs being revised under vote 1112, Land Information Management.
I propose the question, the programs being revised under vote 1112 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1112 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I finally put the question that further the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recovery and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1112, State Department for Lands and Fiscal Planning, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 422 million. Will as many other opinion say aye? As many other opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1122, State Department for Information, Communication, Technology and Digital Economy.
I propose the question that further the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending June 30th, 2024, in respect of vote 1122 for State Department for Information, Communication, Technology and Digital Economy, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 295 million.
Programs being revised under vote 1122, ICT infrastructure development and e-government services.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1122 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1122 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1123.
I further put the question that the Appropriations Act 2023 sum to be allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 11-2022 for State Department for Information, Communication, Technology and Digital Economy, be increased by a sum not exceeding 295 million. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1123, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications.
I propose the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recovery and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1123, that the State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications be reduced by a sum not exceeding
25,144,008. Programs being revised under vote 1123, General Administration Planning and Support Services, Information and Communication Services, Mass Media Skills Development.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1123 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1123 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Members, I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1123 for State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications, be reduced by a sum not exceeding 25,144,008. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1132, State Department for Sports.
I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1132, State Department for Sports be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 111,211,685.
Program being revised under vote 1132, Sports.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1132 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1132 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. Members, I put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1132 for State Department for Sports, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 111,211,685. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1134, State Department for Culture and Heritage.
I propose the question, members, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1134, the State Department for Culture and Heritage, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 147,537,802.
Programs being revised under vote 1134, Culture and Heritage, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, and Public Records Management.
I propose the question, the programs being revised under vote 1134 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question, the programs being revised under vote 1134 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1134, State Department for Culture and Heritage, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 147,537,802. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1135, State Department for Youth Affairs and the Arts.
Honourable members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of vote 1135, State Department for Youth Affairs and the Arts, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 61,713,631.
Programs being revised under vote 1135. Youth Empowerment Services, Youth Development Services, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, the Arts, and Library Services.
I propose a question that the programs being revised under vote 1135 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1135 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1135 for State Department for Youth Affairs and Arts, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 61,713,631. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1152, State Department for Energy.
I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of vote 1152 for the State Department for Energy, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,524,911,309.
Programs being revised under vote 1152, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Power Generation, Power Transmission and Distribution, Alternative Energy Technologies.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1152 as read out and some allocated in the schedule will be approved. There's an amendment. Let the mover move the amendment, then we can come to you, Honorable Wundo. Is it dropped? Huh? Was dropped, eh? Okay. The Honorable Wundo.
Chair, just in view of the frequent power failure, power outages as a result of dilapidated power transmission lines, and especially a place like Busia, probably it will be of benefit to people of Busia and people of Kenya generally to be given some kind of reassurance that this reorganized budget will address this perennial problem that's starting to embarrass the country. Thank you, Chair.
Who is supposed to give this assurance?
Well, in the absence of the Chair of Energy, I suppose Chair of Budget and Appropriation Committee is the mover of the motion. Should be in a position to give us that assurance.
Chair Budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Oudo. As you can see, the kind of amounts that we are dealing with here are quite marginal in regards to that department, and therefore I ought to give you an assurance that you continue to have consistent power. There has been challenges in maintenance, but that is an issue that Kenya Power is dealing with.
Thank you. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1152 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Members, I put the question therefore that further to the Proceedings Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1152, State Department for Energy, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,524,911,309. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1162, State Department for Livestock.
Members, I propose the question that further Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1162, State Department for Livestock, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,816,557,935.
Programs being revised under vote 1162, Livestock Resources Management and Development.
I propose the question, the programs being revised under vote 1162 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1162 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As one of that opinion say aye, as one of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Yes, Honorable.
Chairman, you know I come from a serious pastoral community,
and
I've seen a reduction of 3 billion, and I just needed clarification from the chair to be able to understand.
The Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Makilap, thank you very much for studying for what your people do. This money is 3.8 billion, is simply the movement of Kenya Meat Commission from this department to DOD.
Correct. Members, that is self-explanatory. So I go ahead to put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1162, State Department for Livestock, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,816,557,935. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 1166, State Department for the Blue Economy and Fisheries.
All members, I propose the question that further to Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1166 for State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 47,432,490.
Programs being revised under vote 1166, Fisheries Development and Management, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Development and Coordination of the Blue Economy.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1166 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. The amendment, mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I move that we are made by deleting the figure Kenya shillings 2,606,516,062 in column 6. That is gross current estimates at a program 011000 Fisheries Department and Management, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 2,556,516,062 shillings. 2. Deleting the figure Kenya shillings 6,614,940,000 in column 7. That is gross capital estimates at the program 0111000 Fisheries Development and Management, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 6,664,940,000 shillings. Honorable Chair, this is simply what we call cleaning up.
Members, I therefore propose the question that the program on Fisheries Development and Management under vote 1166 as amended be amended as proposed. I put the question that the program Fisheries Development and Management under vote 1166 be amended as proposed. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I therefore now put the question that the programs being revised and amended under vote 1166 as amended and sums allocated be approved. As many other opinions say aye? As many other opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question on the program. I now propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1166 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye? As many opinion will say nay. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1166, for State Department for Blue Economy and Fisheries, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 47,432,490. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1169, State Department for Crop Development.
Members, I propose the question that further Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1169, with the State Department for Crop Development, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 13,742,250,431.
Programs being revised under vote 1169. General Administration Planning and Support Services, Crop Development and Management, Agribusiness and Information Management, Agricultural Research and Development.
Members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1169 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Yes, Honorable Meli.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this one, on this State Department, I want to commend the Budget and Appropriation Committee and the Committee on Agriculture, because this one is actually increasing the money for fertilizer. It is also bringing more money to sugar reforms, and at the same time, Chair, it is going to assure the country of food security and actually bring the cost of living down.
Correct.
So, Chair, this is a very good move, and I think the government is actually doing well on this particular
aspect.
I support.
Thank you, Chair. I also want to support the increment of the 13,742,000,000, because this goes in increasing the fertilizer that farmers need, because as you've seen, the reduction of price of fertilizer from 7,500 to 2,500 has been able to reduce the cost of living, and has been able to reduce the cost of unga from 230 shillings to 130 shillings. So I support it, and this goes also in mopping up of maize, so that NCPB can buy maize from farmers, so that farmers can also go back to the farm and get us more maize.
Thank you. Honorable Makali, lastly on this. I can't see your card, so. The system is not working.
Yeah, just give me the mic. Chair, I have the mic. I have the mic now. I support the increment in this very vital department, but I want to get an assurance from the Chair of the Budget and Appropriations Committee that part of this sum is going to support the sugar industry reforms, and more specifically, to pay the cane farmers in Zoya Sugar Zone and the farm and the employees in that particular area, and generally supporting the sugar industry reforms, Chair.
How is that assurance supposed to come? Because, honorable members, I think it's also fair to ask the Budget Committee Chairperson matters that are under within his charge, matters he's aware of, and that he can answer ably without having to say, I assure you. Because if he says, I assure you, then what do you get in return?
He's not the Minister for Finance.
How do you get assured when he just says, I assure you? The Honorable Chair, Budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I want to, I wish to Honorable Makari to be in peace that the monies that you have enhanced for the crop department is taken care of across all farmers in Kenya. Farmers in regards to maize, there is money there for coffee cherry, there is money there for tea fertilizer and maize fertilizer. There is money there also for sugar reforms, specifically paying arrears for farmers and also enhancing CTU so that we have sucrose levels being a critical area when it comes to sugar production.
Thank you. Honorable Deco. You'll have the last word on this.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Chair, sorry. I support this increment for the crop department, and how I wish and hope that my constituency or my county, which will be the next food basket for this country, the next Garissa County. I can see the chairman of agriculture looking at me thinking that I am talking out of the blues. That is the next area that you must start investing as a country. While I appreciate the fact that you are going to put more money in subsidies, fertilizer subsidies, we also expect them to put money in mechanization, agricultural mechanization, specifically for this region where I come from.
Thank you.
Where will be the next food basket for this country. Thank you.
Honorable Mutunga.
Thank you very much. I just want to support what the members have said. I will not repeat. I'll just say three things that have not been mentioned. One, there is the introduction of National Food Reserve. Remember, you used to have the Strategic Food Reserve. So we have National Food Reserve, and we've given it 2 billion. There is also the dryers, the procurement of dryers. We have given it 2.34 billion, which is some mitigation measure to ensure that we do not continue having huge post-harvest losses, which were amounting up to 40%. And the final one is that we are looking at not just fertilizer subsidy, but also having good seed and good seedlings. So we have also put some money in procurement of seedlings. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable KK.
Thank you, Chair. This is just to add that to thank the Committee on Agriculture and the Budget and Appropriation Committee for providing for post-harvest losses by providing dryers and all those facilities to prevent post-harvest losses.
Thank you. I hope the money will be used for post-harvest indeed. I put the question that the programs being revised under the vote 1169 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As another opinion say aye. As another opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I therefore put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure regarding development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1169, the State Department for Crop Development be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 13,742,250,431. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1173, State Department for Cooperatives.
I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1173, State Department for Cooperatives be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,265,018,470.
Programs being revised under vote 1173, Cooperative Development and Management.
I propose the question, the programs being revised under vote 1173 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1173 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay. I now put the question that further to Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1173, for State Department for Cooperative, both recurrent and development, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,265,018,470. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
Vote 1174, State Department for Trade.
I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1174, State Department for Trade, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 897,891,035.
Programs being revised under vote 1173, Domestic Trade and Enterprise Development, Fair Trade Practices and Compliance of Standards, International Trade, Development and Promotion, and General Administration Planning and Support Services.
I propose the question, the programs being revised under vote 1174, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1174, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1174, State Department for Trade, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 897,891,035. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1175, State Department for Industry.
I propose the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of vote 1175, State Department for Industry, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 243,475,802.
Programs being revised under for 1175, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Industrial Promotion and Development.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1175, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1175, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1175 for the State Department for Industry, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 243,473,802. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1176, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development.
Members, I propose the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1176, State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,610,967,246.
Programs being revised under vote 1176, Promotion and Development of MSMEs, Product and Market Development for MSMEs, Digitization and Financial Inclusion for MSMEs, and General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose the question, the programs being revised under vote 1176, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question, the programs being revised under vote 1176, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1176, for the State Department for Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Development, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 4,610,967,246. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, ayes have it.
Vote 1177, State Department for Investment Promotion.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1177, State Department for Investment Promotion, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 832,820,534.
Program being revised under vote 1177, Investment Development and Promotion.
I propose the question, members, that the programs being revised under vote 1177, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under the vote 1177, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1177, with the State Department for Investment Promotion, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 832,820,534. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1184, State Department for Labor and Skills Development.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1184, State Department for Labor and Skills Development, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 534,710,495.
Programs being revised under vote 1184, General Administration Planning and Support Services, Labor, Employment and Safety Services, Manpower Development, Industrial Skills and Productivity Management.
Honourable members, I propose the question. The programs being revised under Vote 1184 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under Vote 1184 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Vote 1184 for State Department for Labor and Skills Development be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 534,710,494. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1185, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1185, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs, be increased by the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 2,070,423,256.
Programs being revised under Vote 1185, Social Development and Children Services, National Social Safety Net, and General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under Vote 1185 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. Member for Kericho. Member for Kericho.
Chair, thank you very much. This increase is welcomed because of this program, the Inua Jamii program. Many of our old people were not registered. They are now registered, and I appreciate, and it is welcomed. Thank you.
Members, I put the question that the programs being revised under Vote 1185 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1185, be increased by the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 2,070,423,256. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1192, State Department for Mining.
I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1192, State Department for Mining, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,272,351,872.
Programs under Vote 1192 being revised, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, Mineral Resource Management, and Geological Survey and Geoinformation Management.
I propose the question. The programs being revised under Vote 1192 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under Vote 1192 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that the further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1192, State Department for Mining, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,272,351,872. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 1193, State Department for Petroleum.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 1193, State Department for Petroleum, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,544,591,707.
Program being revised under Vote 1193, Exploration and Distribution of Oil and Gas.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under Vote 1193 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under Vote 1193 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, of Current and Development for the year ending 30th June 2024 for vote 1193, Department for Petroleum, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,544,591,707. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1202, State Department for Tourism.
Members, I propose a question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1202, State Department for Tourism, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,177,287,351.
Programs being revised under vote 1202, Tourism Promotion and Marketing, Tourism Product Development and Diversification, and General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1202 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question, the programs being revised under vote 1202 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1212, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 3,177,287,351. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1203, State Department for Wildlife.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 2024, June 30th, in respect of vote 1203, State Department for Wildlife, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 378,590,720.
Vote 1212. Program being revised under vote 1203, Wildlife Conservation and Management.
I propose the question, members, that program being revised under vote 1203 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question, the programs being revised under vote 1203 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1203, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 378,590,720. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1212, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1212, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 995,287,741.
Programs being revised under vote 1212, Youth Empowerment Services, Community Development, Gender Empowerment, and General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1212 as read out and some allocated in the schedule will be approved. Yes, Honorable Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair. I really want to support this increment. This will ensure that we have consistent supply of sanitary pads for our girls in school. So I support.
Thank you, members. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1212 as read out and some allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of that opinion say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1212, State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 995,287,741. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, ayes have it.
Vote 1213, State Department for Public Service.
Members, I propose the question that further to Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of for 12-13, State Department of Public Service be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 332,709,629.
Programs being revised under 12-13, Public Service Transformation, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, and National Youth Service.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under 12-13 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under 12-13 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Proceedings Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 12-13, the State Department for Public Service be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 332,709,629. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 12-21, State Department for East African Community.
I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 12-21, the State Department for East African Community be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 209,333,462.
Program being revised under for 12-21, East African Affairs and Regional Integration.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 12-21 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 12-21 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question, therefore, that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 12-21, for the State Department of East African Community, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 209,333,462. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 12-52, the State Law Office.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 12-52, the State Law Office be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 175,226,186.
Programs being revised under for 12-52, Legal Services, Governance, Legal Training, and Constitutional Affairs.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 12-52 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 12-52 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 12-52, for the State Law Office, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 175,226,186. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 12-71, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure with the recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 12-71 for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 130 million.
Program being revised under for 12-71, Ethics and Anti-Corruption.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 12-71 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I now put the question. Honorable McLap, what is? No, it's not you. I put the question that the programs being revised under the vote 12-71 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 12-71 for the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 130 million. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say nay? Ayes have it.
For 1281, National Intelligence Service.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure both recurrent and development for the year ending 30 June 2024 in respect of vote 1281 for National Intelligence Service be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,550 million. I have not proposed the question yet.
Yeah. Program being revised under for 1281, National Security Intelligence.
I propose the question that the program being revised under vote 1281 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. The Honorable is Nganga.
Thank you, Chair. I was just asking why is NIS getting a lot of money, this kind of increase? We have not been seeing them performing very well in this country. I'm just asking, why are we giving them this a lot of money? If the Chair is here, he can explain to us why some areas we are not having money and NYS is being given a lot of money. And if you ask me, there's nothing they start and they finish. They always leave things hanging. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Chair. Just a minute before you go, let me hear Honorable Matandi.
Chair, I don't speak for government, but I wanted to say that I am aware that NIS has been able to save this country a lot of problems, especially to do with Al-Shabaab. There's a lot of work that they've done behind the scenes that has enabled this country to experience peace and security. So, Mr. Chair, I really support this allocation.
Chair, budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
I'll have to stand you down again. Honorable Maclap, want to say something?
Chairman, Chair, I tend to agree with Mheshimiwa from Thika that 1.5 billion given to NIS is actually money that we can relocate to sort out Kenyans who are actually a big suffering even in our places, because they have never been able to consume, their information has never been consumed practically to help those who are intended.
Aya. The Honorable Meli.
Chair, I want to bring to the attention of the member that national intelligence is very important to the stability and the running of this country. Honorable Chair, that money to be allocated is actually to ensure that the intelligence service is able to actually gather enough information and to also use it to make sure that we have the security that we need so that we can prosper and run around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Honorable KK.
Honorable Chair, I would really like to persuade my colleagues that the work of NIS may not be work that they publish or they show on the newspapers or the news what they have done, but they actually keep this country running by making sure that they avert threats of terror, threat of even matters of corruption. So really I would like to implore on members, let us allocate this resources because this is the heart of the stability of our country.
Good. Honorable Kosgei.
Yes, Chair. I support the increase because the running of any country, it cannot do without intelligence service.
I want to put, thank you.
I support.
I want to put the question, unless the member for Kiaru has something to say, I put the question that the program is being revised under vote 1281 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye, as many opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1281 for National Intelligence Service, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 1,550,000,000. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
For 1291, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions.
All members, I propose a question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1291, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 420 million.
Program being revised under for 1291, Public Prosecution Services.
I propose a question that the programs being revised under vote 1291 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that programs being revised under the vote as read out and sums allocated be approved in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of vote 1291, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions be increased by a sum not exceeding 420 million. As many other opinions say aye. Whereas many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
For 1311, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties.
Thank you, members. I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1311, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 812,303,858.
For 1221, Witness Protection Agency.
No.
The program being revised under for 1311, registration, regulation, and funding of political parties.
Thank you, members. I propose a question that programs being revised under vote 1311 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question. The programs being revised. Okay, go ahead, Honorable Millie.
Chair, I wish to indicate that I don't support that because we must enable our political parties to grow and we will not enable them to grow when we stifle them.
Thank you. I now put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1311 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1311, Office of the Registrar of Political Parties, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 812,303,858. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it.
For 1321, Witness Protection Agency.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1321, this Witness Protection Agency be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 68,701,990.
Program being revised under for 1321, Witness Protection.
I propose the question that the program being revised under vote 1321 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1321 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. Ayes have it. Honorable Soro, order. Order. I now put the question that further Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of vote 1321, Witness Protection Agency be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 68,704,990. Will as many other opinions say aye? Will as many other opinions say nay? Ayes have it.
For 1331, State Department for Environment and Climate Change.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurrent and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1331, the State Department for Environment and Climate Change be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 314,656,765.
Programs being revised under for 1331, Environment Management and Protection, General Administration, Planning and Support Services, meteorological services, and forest management and water towers conservation.
I propose a question that the programs being revised under vote 1331 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 1331 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1331, the State Department for Environment and Climate Change be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 314,646,765. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 1332, State Department for Forestry.
Members, I propose a question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1332, State Department for Forestry, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 101,707,261.
Program being revised under vote 1332, Forest and Water Towers Conservation.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1332 as read out and sums allocated the schedule will be approved. I now put the question that the program being revised under vote 1332 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1332, the State Department for Forestry be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 101,707,261. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, ayes have it.
Vote 2011, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights.
Members, I propose a question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2011, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 9,996,436.
Program being revised under vote 2011, Protection and Promotion of Human Rights.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 2011 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 2011 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many as other opinions say aye, as many counter opinions say nay, ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2011, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 9,996,436. As many of that opinion say aye, as many counter opinions say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 2021, National Land Commission.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, that is recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2021, National Land Commission be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 152,679,766.
Program being revised under for 2021, Land Administration and Management.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 2021 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the program being revised under vote 2021 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of that opinion say aye, as many counter opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024 for the respect of vote 2021 be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 152,679,766. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 2031, Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission.
Honourable members, I propose the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2031, Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 102,670,914.
Programs being revised under vote 2031, management of electoral processes, delimitation of electoral boundaries.
I propose a question that the programs being revised under Vote 2031 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that further the provisions of Act 2023, the question that the program being revised under Vote 2031 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the provisions of Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of Vote 2031 for IBC, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 102,670,914. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 2061, the Commission on Revenue Allocation.
Members, I propose the question that further to the provisions of Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 2061 for the Commission on Revenue Allocation, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 365,077.
Program being reviewed under being revised under for 2061, intergovernmental transfers and financial matters.
I propose the question that the program being revised under Vote 2061 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under Vote 2061 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinions say aye, as many of the opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of Vote 2061, the Commission for Revenue Allocation be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 365,077. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 2071.
Honorable members, I propose the question that further to the provisions of Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of Vote 2071, that is the Public Service Commission, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 159,259,838.
Programs being revised under Vote 2071, Public Service Commission, General Administration Planning and Support Services, Human Resource Management and Development, Governance and National Values, Performance and Productivity Management, Administration of Quasi-Judicial Functions.
I propose to the Commission members that the programs being revised under Vote 2071 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under Vote 2071 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that further to the provisions of Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure or recurring and development of the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of Vote 2071, Public Service Commission, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 155,259,838. As many of that opinion say aye, as many of that opinion say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 2081, Salaries and Remuneration Commission.
Members, I propose the question that further the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurring and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of Vote 2081, Salaries and Remuneration Commission be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 11,867,225.
Programs being revised under Vote 2081, Salaries and Remuneration Management.
Members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under Vote 2081 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under Vote 2081 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of that opinion say aye, as many opinions say nay, the ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of Vote 2081, Salaries and Remuneration Commission be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 11,867,225. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2091, Teachers Service Commission.
Members, I propose a question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2091, Teachers Service Commission, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 19,774,803,529.
Programs being revised under Teachers Service Commission, Teacher Resource Management, Governance and Standards, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose the question that the program being revised under vote 2091 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. Donde Bomboko. Donde Bomboko.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to plead with the Parliament that whereas there's this increment, which we appreciate, this increment basically goes to statutory payments of the teachers, as you'll be seeing both housing levy and so on and so forth. But we have a chunk of teachers who have done one contract period of 1 year. And in their letters, they were supposed only to do 1 year. I'm telling honorable members that those teachers needed more funding so that they're absorbed as P&P. There are also those teachers you talked about who needed promotion. And I think the president himself had pronounced himself that he'll be giving the teachers 1 billion more. So, honorable members, as we make this particular resolution, remember you will be the ones who will be back here to speak about promotion of teachers and the JSS teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give the honorable member from, you don't have a card or what? I can't see you. The honorable Ikiara. The honorable Mwalimu Ikiara. Just quickly anywhere. Just the one behind you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to plead with this House to consider the teachers who are employed temporarily as JSS teachers, so that as we allocate this fund, they can be turned to permanent and pensionable. Chair, on the same note, for us to motivate the teaching force, the teachers who have stagnated also in the same grade for such a long time should be considered among other things. Thank you.
Members, let's not debate. If you look at your watch now, we need to move. But the Honorable Isganga, I've indulged you so many times. The Honorable Isganga, you can't do that because I've indulged you so many times. I have indulged you so much, Honorable Isganga. You can't do that. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 2091 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As one of the opinion say aye. As one of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. All members, I now put the question. That further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2091, TSC, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 19,774,803,529. As many other opinions say aye, as many other opinions say nay, the ayes have it.
Vote 2101, National Police Service Commission.
I propose the question, members, that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet expenditure, both for recurrent and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, for vote 2101, National Police Service Commission, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 41,551,912.
Program being revised under vote 2101, National Police Service Human Resource Management.
All members, I propose the question, the program being revised under vote 2101 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. This is the one I was using. I put the question, members, that the program being revised under vote 2101 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question, members, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for the year ending 30 June 2024 in respect to the vote 2101 National Police Service Commission be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 41,551,912. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2111, Auditor General.
I propose the question, members, that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of vote 2111, Auditor General, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 305 million.
Program being revised under vote 2111, Audit Services.
All members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 2111 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. I now put the question that programs being revised under vote 2111 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. All members, I put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2111, Auditor General's Office, be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 305 million. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2121, Office of the Controller of Budget.
Honourable members, I propose the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both development and recurrent, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2121, Office of the Controller of Budget, be reduced by the sum not exceeding 59 million shillings, 550,311.
Programs being revised under vote 2121, Control and Management of Public Finances.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 2121 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. Yes, Honorable Kirwa, 1 minute.
Yes, Chair. On this 2121, we are reducing 59 million from the Office of the Controller of Budget, which is an office which is very, very sensitive. What are we reducing this 59 million, Chair?
Chair Budget. Chair Budget. What? Chair Budget. Why are you reducing this money for Control of Budget?
Control of Budget.
Why are you reducing the money for Control of Budget?
Honorable Chair, this is normal for all the departments. That is the rationalization that we actually, Treasury sent a circular to all the MDAs, and therefore they were able to cut where they deemed fit.
Thank you, Honorable KK. 1 minute.
We had a deliberation with the Control of Budget, and they actually agreed to this particular amendment.
Thank you. Honorable, I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 2121 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule will be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. Ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of vote 2121, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 59 million shillings 550,311. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2131, Commission on Administrative Justice.
Honourable members, I propose the question that further to Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30 June 2024, in respect of vote 2131, the Commission on Administrative Justice be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 22,315,576.
Programs being revised under vote 2131, Promotion of Administrative Justice.
576.
Programs being revised under vote 2131, Promotion of Administrative Justice.
Oh, members, I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 2131 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 2131 as read out and the sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. All members, I now put the question that further to Proceedings Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development, for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2131 for the Commission of Administrative Justice, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 22,315,476. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2141, National Gender and Equality Commission.
All members, I propose the question that further to the Proceedings Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2141, National Gender and Equality Commission, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 27,974,589.
Program being revised under vote 2141, Promotion of Gender Equality.
I propose the question that the program being revised under vote 2141, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 2141, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Appropriations Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2141, National Gender and Equality Commission, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 27,974,589. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2151, Independent Policing Oversight Authority.
Members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2151, that's the Independent Policing Oversight Authority, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 33,425,822.
Program being revised under vote 2151, Policing Oversight Services.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 2151, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. I put the question that the programs being revised under vote 2151, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I now put the question that further to the Proceedings Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurring and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of the vote 2151, Independent Police Oversight Authority, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 33,425,822. Will as many of that opinion say aye? As many of that opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Vote 1261, the Judiciary.
Honorable members, I propose the question that further to the Provisions Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1261, the Judiciary, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 400 million.
Program being revised under vote 1261, Dispensation of Justice.
Members, I propose the question that the program being revised under vote 1261, as read out and sums allocated in the schedule, be approved. Mover, you have an amendment? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Honorable Chair, on the judiciary, that is vote 1261, I seek to move this amendment. That is one, deleting the figure Kenya shillings 20,537,400,000 in column 6, gross current estimates under program 0610000, dispensation of justice, by substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 20,437,400,000, and number 2, deleting the figure Kenya shillings 1,350,000,000 in column 7, that is gross capital estimates under the program dispensation of justice, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 1,450,000,000. Honorable Chair, this is just cleaning up.
What is the net effect? What is the net effect? Go ahead. Is it zero sum?
It is zero sum.
Zero sum. Thank you so much. So, members, I propose the question that the program 1261 under vote 1261 be amended as proposed by the chair of Budget Committee. I put the question that the program 1261 under vote 1261 be amended as proposed by the chair of Budget Committee. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. I put the question that the program being revised under vote 1261 as amended and sums allocated be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that further to the provisions of Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1261, the judiciary, be reduced by the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 100 million. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2051, Judicial Service Commission.
Honourable members, I propose the question that further to the provision of Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, both the recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2051, that is Judicial Service Commission, be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 150 million.
Programs being revised under vote 2051, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
Members, I propose the question that the program being revised under vote 2051 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the programs being revised under vote 2051 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it. Members, I now put the question that further to the provisions of Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent and development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2051, the Judicial Service Commission be reduced by the sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 150 million. As many other opinions say aye. As many other opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Yes.
Honourable members, order. There's a constitutional amendment, honourable members. There is a constitutional amendment for vote number 1071, the National Treasury by the Honourable Junet, whose effect is that if it's carried, then we'll move to the Parliament. So, will you go ahead?
Vote 1071, the National Treasury.
Honourable members, I propose the question that further to the provisions of Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 1071, National Treasury be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17,329,790,238.
Vote being revised under program being revised under vote 1071, Public Financial Management.
I propose the question that the programs being revised under vote 1071 as read out and sums allocated in the schedule be approved. The Honorable Junet.
Chair, I seek to move an amendment that the first schedule be amended A in vote 1071, the National Treasury, by deleting the figure Kenya shilling 32,567,952 management in column 7, gross capital estimate, and substituting thereof with the figure Kenya shilling 31,467,000. Chair, this is for Parliament. The purpose of this amendment, Chair, is for Parliament by allocating, it is for purposes of the Parliamentary Service Commission, Chair.
Thank you. All members, I propose the question that the program National Treasury under vote 1071 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Junet. I put the question that the program National Treasury under vote 1071 be amended as proposed by the Honorable Junet. As one of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The nays have it. Yes, what's out of order, Honorable Junet?
Chair, I want to tell members now that you are traveling money and everything is gone. Don't blame the clerk.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't blame the clerk.
Thank you. I now put the question. I now put the question. I now put the question that further to Proceedings Act 2023, the sum allocated. Order, members, order. Further to the Proceedings Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure for recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of Treasury, vote 1071 be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 17,329,790,000 As many of the opinions say aye. As many of the opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Vote 2043, Parliamentary Joint Services.
Hello, members. I propose the question that the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent development for the year ending 30th June 2024, in respect of vote 2043, Parliamentary Joint Services be reduced by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 500 million.
Vote being revised under Parliamentary Joint Services.
All members, I propose the question that the program being revised under vote 2043 as read out and summed in the schedule be approved. I now put the question that the program being revised under vote 2043 as read out and summed in the schedule be approved. As many of the opinions say aye. As many of the opinions say nay. The ayes have it. Hello, members. I want to give the mic open throughout. Don't put it off again. So, okay, throughout. Just put it off. Just put it off throughout. Hello, members. There was a small issue of vote 1066, and therefore I want to propose the question that further to the Proceedings Act 2023, the sum allocated to meet the expenditure, recurrent development for the year ending 30 June 2024. In this set of vote 1016, the State Department for Basic Education be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 11,746,101,126.
Programs being revised under vote 1066, State Department for Education, Basic Education, Primary Education, Secondary Education, Quality Assurance and Standards, General Administration, Planning and Support Services.
I propose a question. The program being revised under vote 1066 as read out and sums already in the schedule be approved. Mover.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I seek to move this amendment, that is one, deleting the figure 15,929,268,228 shillings in column 7, gross capital estimates under 0501,000, primary education, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 15,929,268,228 429,268,228 shillings to deleting the figure Kenya shillings 7,068,800,000 in column 7, gross capital estimates under 0502,000 secondary education, and substituting therefore the figure Kenya shillings 6,568,800,000. The essence of this, Honorable Chair, is the same description I gave in regards to the increment of 1 billion to the Department of National Planning, because we are moving Kenya shillings 1 billion from the Ministry of Education, money meant for infrastructure upgrade for Nairobi public schools, that is primary schools and secondary schools, so that the members of Nairobi who are 17 can be able to oversight that money through NGCDF and also implement that infrastructure development in the realm of NGCDF. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair. So what is the effect? The figure you have now is 11 billion. Does it go up?
The effect is that we are moving 1 billion from MOE, Ministry of Education, and taking the same 1 billion to the National Planning, in other words, NGCDF, so that the Kenya shillings 1 billion can be managed under the framework of NGCDF.
So, and so you mean the figure moved from 11 billion to 10 billion? The current figure for education?
If you check, Honorable Chair, there is 500 million being deducted from primary and 500 million being deducted from secondary. The same figure is actually being taken to NGCDF.
Okay. Honorable Chair. It goes down. Go ahead, Chair.
Mike. Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I just want to support what the Chair budget has done, because as we speak, Nairobi County has no secondary schools. The number of population, the number of students here cannot actually be accommodated. They have been relying on the neighboring counties and other parts of the country. So this one actually will enable the students within Nairobi to have access to basic education, more specifically secondary education.
Thank you.
I support. Thank
Honorable Alice Nganga. Just put here ilikuwa. Weka hiyo ilienda through. Weka hiyo.
Chair, it is good that we are here and we are here to understand things. Why Nairobi is getting this amount of money, and what the Chair for Education has talked about. Thika is urban, Thika is Kenya. So I don't understand how Nairobi were able to get that amount of money, and I'm facing the same problem in Thika. What criteria did they use to reach to that conclusion? Yeah, I don't understand, and I need to understand.
Chair Education, please.
Yeah, please.
Chair, I think Thika is within Kiambu County. It has more schools, it has more secondary school spaces than Nairobi.
Is it okay?
Speaker, if you look at Nairobi County, look at the population of Nairobi City. I know Thika is, and even the neighboring towns, the metropolitan area, are also facing the same. But they can still be assisted by the schools within their counties.
Chair, I want to execute my point also.
Yes.
Let me tell the Chair for Education. I don't know in terms of what they were measuring, because all the category you have talked about, the same problem I have in Thika Town. I don't have any land left anymore. I don't have schools anymore. So what criteria did they use to arrive at that
Order, members, order. Order, members, order. Will every member resume their seat? Honorable Alice Nganga, resume your seat. The Honorable DK, resume your seat. This is not an easy matter. So I want to make this direction that the members that are aggrieved will file a formal question or petition before the relevant committee.
Yes. But,
the Committee of Education, so that this matter is dealt with. Order. There's no way you're going to deal with this matter at this point in time, even if you shout it 10 times. Yeah. This is a matter that I want you guys, you members, to present your petitions to the relevant committee so that it's dealt with.
Because Chair, I'm still standing. Let me say this. We sat down here to go through this supplementary so that we can understand everything in it. And that is why we have come to the right that Nairobi, there is money, 1 billion that have been set aside. And the same problem Nairobi is facing is the same problem Thika is facing. If at all I did not come here, I could not have.
Thank you. The last person to speak on this matter will be the Chair of Budget, and then I close the matter.
I would really indulge, Honorable Chair, that before I say something, we have a member for Nairobi put to perspective with a lot of humility, Honorable Chair.
You've just, Honorable Chair of Budget, you've just messed it up already.
Okay, let me then proceed.
The Honorable Junet.
Let me proceed.
Okay. Chair, the problem Honorable Alice Nganga is raising is, Chair, in all urban centers. It's not only in Thika. It is in Mombasa, it is in Nyeri, it is in Kisumu, it is in Nakuru. Chair, what is so special about Thika that we are going to discuss here?
That's okay, Honorable KJ. Honorable KJ, 30 seconds.
Chair, I want to agree that the Honorable Member for Thika has a point. But, Honorable Chair, this is a plea I'm making to the members, that this is the first budget we are making, especially for the Kenya Kwanza government. What is happening in Nairobi is going to be sorting a real problem. It does not mean that there is no problem elsewhere in the country. And what we can agree on, Chair, and which would be a very good gentleman and ladies agreement, is that this can be rotational. The need in Nairobi is real. There is not many counties I know in this country where one primary school is got 5,000 learners in one compound. So I agree, yes, there is a need in Thika, but it does not mean that that negates the need in Nairobi.
Thank you.
If we do this for Nairobi, if we do this for Nairobi,
Correct. The Honorable Chair of Budget.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Alice Nganga, we totally, Honorable Chair, please. No. Honorable KJ.
Carrying his hand there.
No. Honorable KJ.
On you, Kaiti.
Please, the consultations are too loud, Honorable Chair.
Order, members. The Honorable Alice Nganga, I think you've been heard, in all fairness. You've been heard and you've been heard very well.
Yes, Honorable.
No, there's no reure. What's wrong with this one?
Honorable Chair, I want to put this to perspective. I agree with Honorable Alice that you all deserve resources. But
Honorable Soro,
the truth of the matter,
we'll hear the Chair Budget in silence.
The truth of the matter is that, Honorable Speaker, comparatively to all the other constituencies in Kenya, the truth is that the 17 constituencies in Nairobi have more dire scarcity of land. Honorable Chair, to build a school infrastructure in Nairobi costs much more than it costs in any other place in Kenya, especially because of the cost of land. But also, Honorable Chair, it is important that for us to note that Nairobi is the capital for all of us as Kenyans. And Nairobi, empirical data is that Nairobi has the highest number of school-going children who are not in school. And the reason is actually space. Most of the schools in Nairobi, Honorable Chair, they are actually all packed in terms of space. And that is the reason why you find majority of parents in Nairobi take their children in private schools, which, Honorable Chair, by all standards, have much lower standards in terms of educational standards than actually public schools. And therefore, I beseech members in this House, Nairobi is our capital. whether I come from whichever side of the country, we need to be proud of our capital and capacitate our capital to be a true capital of Kenya. And Honorable Chair, there is actually empirical data to suggest we have got even data from the Ministry of Education, Honorable Chair, and this is merited.
Well said. I want to end this matter. 1 minute, Majority Leader. Member for Kaiti, 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to be clear on this. If you talk of Nairobi and Kiambu, it's almost the same. You cannot say Nairobi has more students to school than Kiambu, Kisumu, and Mombasa. And I don't know the criteria of why we are talking of rotational. Can we consider all the cities? Because we have Mombasa, we have Kisumu, and the case is the same. Almost the same. Thika is the same.
Well said.
So you cannot say Nairobi alone.
Honorable Meli, you've had. Honorable Meli, you've had. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, you know, the share of resources is always very emotional, Honorable Chair, and you must understand, because we all are here representing constituencies, and each and every one of our constituencies have their unique needs. And we all deserve national resources like everybody else. Honorable Speaker, that is what informed even the equalization fund that the Honorable Junet was attempting to raid from, and that is why those of us who don't believe in marginalization opposed the amendment to move money from the equalization fund, because there are certain areas in this country where without that equalization fund, children will never access school. The question of urban poverty, Honorable Speaker, in this country is real. I'll give you the case example, Honorable Speaker. You remember in the year 2020 or 2021, when a school collapsed in Gando, in Dagoretti South constituency, where, if you can protect me from these Nairobi people, you know these Nairobi people, Honorable Speaker, love shouting. And the Honorable KJ, I know, is his constituency, and I am only mentioning Dagoretti South and Gando ward, that traverses from Lenana School all the way to Kawangware without a single public school, and with a population equivalent to probably 3 constituencies in this country. Honorable Speaker, and I don't speak for Nairobi constituents because I come from a neighboring county of Kiambu. And the same will pervade in Thika, Honorable Speaker. But resources are scarce. And the people of Nairobi, when I say urban poverty is real, there are places in this city where children do not go to school. And many of us do not believe it because it is said to be our capital city. The competition for resources, because Nairobi is assumed to be the capital city, they have no need for infrastructure in their schools. I want to tell you, because I have traversed this county of Nairobi, please bear with the members for Nairobi. There is a great need to improve their infrastructure. And that does not mean because Nairobi is getting, tomorrow Kikuyu doesn't deserve, or Kikuyu or Thika does not deserve. I would really beg of us, we support, and I rose to support this particular amendment because the case for Nairobi is so unique. And because it is assumed to be the capital city, I don't know if members know, close to 70% of the schools in Nairobi were what were formerly city council schools. And all of them, I come from, Honorable KJ will tell you, because in the last campaign he was being hammered by his constituents because of the nature of his schools compared to those in Kikuyu. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, please, I would beg members, giving Nairobi does not take away from the rest of us.
Yes.
Just like giving those who benefit from the equalization fund doesn't mean we are taking away from others. Today is one group, tomorrow will be another group.
Correct.
Afadhali, we support them.
Correct. Junet, lastly, 1 minute.
Chair, I wanted to explain. Chair, Chair, tell this former speaker.
No, the Honorable Juniat will be heard. He will be heard. Even now he will be heard.
Chair, tell this.
Even now, even if he is speaking, even now he will be heard.
Chair, this former speaker of the Wasingation. Chair, what I wanted to say is, Chair, the amendment that I tried to move earlier, and the way it is being misinterpreted by the majority leader is, Chair, what I want to clarify. Chair, the amendment I was trying to move was amendment about parliament. The money that we are supposed to pay as housing levy.
Honorable Junet, are you going back order?
Chair,
are you going back on the decision you already made?
No, the issue of equalization, Chair. The issue, we have misinterpreted the issue. He has said that I wanted to raise the equalization fund. Chair, this is a fund that he has never implemented for the last 15 years. It is just there on paper. Nobody has ever benefited from the equalization fund. Can the majority leader tell us when we are going to benefit from that money?
Mike, thank you. Chair, I want to support this amendment.
Thank you.
I am not from Nairobi, but I want to support this amendment because I live in Nairobi. And I know that the children of the very poor, the vulnerable cannot afford to pay fees in private schools. Let us start from Nairobi, and next time we will consider other areas, including Teso South, so that I can renovate my schools.
The Honorable DK.
Thank you.
The Honorable DK. Not KK, DK. The Honorable DK. DK.
Thank you, Chair. You know the people of Soy need to be heard. And what I want to say is this. Us who are coming from the rural areas, we really face serious challenges than Nairobi. You know Nairobi, you have piped water. Nairobi, you have 100% electricity connectivity, and we have been crying in this house that our rural areas needs maximization and needs connectivity. Why don't we have an equalization fund for the purposes of electricity, for the purposes of connectivity, so that we are all fair, so that as we see what is happening in Nairobi, we also see what is happening in our rural areas, because our connectivity is just 20%.
Thank you so much. The Honorable KK, lastly.
You know, Honorable Chair, I would just like to make a clarification of what this amendment is doing. Earlier on, this 1 billion, we already voted on it and appropriated it for Nairobi. What this consequent amendment is doing is just saying that instead of that money being in education, it be done through NGCDA.
Correct.
So we are having a very good debate, but I wish we had this earlier.
Correct.
When you are approving that.
I therefore put the question that the program Basic Education under vote 1066 be amended as proposed by the Chair of Budget Committee. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Oh, members, I put the question therefore that further order members that further the Proceedings Act 2023. The sum allocated to meet the expenditure recurrent development for the year ending 30 June 2024 in respect of vote 1066 be increased by a sum not exceeding Kenya shillings 10,746,101,126. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I really must thank you because we are done with this process. I must thank you for your patience. Really, you've done well. We now will move to reporting, which should take a very short time. Thank you so much for being patient with us. Honorable Chairperson, who is the mover? Chair of Budget.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and you've done very well and commendable. Thank you very much, Party Leader, Honorable David Ochieng. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the Committee of Supply do report to the House its consideration of the Supplementary Estimates 1 for the financial year 2023-2024 and its approval thereof with amendments.
Thank you, Chair. Members, I now put the question, which is that the Committee of Supply do report to the House its consideration of the Supplementary Estimates 1, financial year 2023-2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. As many of the opinion say aye. As many of the opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
You may take your seats. Order members, take your seats. We are back in the House. Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of Supply has considered the supplementary estimates 1 for the financial year 2023-2024 and approved the same with amendments and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Order number 243, approve the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 66,201,473,015 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure during the year ending 30 June 2024 in respect of the votes as approved in the schedule, and that necessary adjustments be made to the programs amended in the Committee of Supply. Thank you.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the report of the Committee of Supply in its consideration of the supplementary estimates 1 for financial year 2023-2024 and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, and Standing Order 243 approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings $1,573,015 shillings for the National Executive, Parliament and Judiciary during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of the votes as contained in the first schedule, incorporating amendments made in this Committee of Supply. And before I call the seconder, I want to thank all members from my heart. On behalf of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, I want to thank all members who have stayed up to this late so that we discard on this matter or execute this matter. And I want Kenyans, because I know they are watching, them to know that in this 13th Parliament, they actually elected the best men and women for the job. And I want to thank also Kenyans for being able to identify very good and credible leaders, and I can assure them that the members here in this Parliament are doing their best to make sure that they offer quality service to the people that we represent. I also want to thank the chairperson who has executed the role very well, the party leader, the member for Ugenya, Honorable David Ochieng. You've done very well in leading us through this committee. I also want to thank the Honorable Speaker, Mwalimu Mwenyewe, Oboko Milemba, for staying up to this late to see that we do this very important exercise, which is actually the anchor of our role here in Parliament, that is budget making. And then, Honorable Speaker, I now also request my brother, the very eloquent member for Kikuyu, our majority leader, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, to second this motion.
Honorable Kimani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to thank my brother, my younger brother, Honorable Dindi Nyoro, our Chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and indeed the Vice Chair, Mary Emase, who is here, and all the members of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, with the notable presence of Samuel Atandi and many others who have sat through this sitting But also allow me, Honorable Speaker, to take this opportunity to thank all these members, the close to 60 members of Parliament. You know, the Honorable Dindi is very good in paying accolades and has paid accolade to the entire of the 13th Parliament. But it's good for Kenyans to know that there are only about 60 members of Parliament who have stuck here up to this late to pass these supplementary estimates. Honorable Speaker, let me also thank all the chairs of committees, those who have been present, and their vice chairs and members of the various departmental committees for the diligent work. I know, Honorable Speaker, that they sat throughout the weekend together with the Budget and Appropriations Committee when many of us were with our families into the late hours of the night, and also our staff, very professional staff in the Parliamentary Budget Office, for the immense work that they continue to put on behalf of the people of Kenya. You know, Honorable Speaker, many people may assume it is members of Parliament who sit down and do all this work, but we have very good support from very professional professions, among the best economists and fiscal analysts that we have in this country. Honorable Speaker.
Order.
Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Member for Dagoretti.
You know, Honorable Speaker, as I second, and I beg to second, it's good that you have protected me from the member for Dagoretti. The Honorable Member for Kirinyaga, Honorable Njeri, this afternoon said there are some schools that are decorated secondary schools that purport to be universities, Honorable Speaker, named after, I have not named any particular university, but the Honorable Njeri this afternoon described one of the public universities as a decorated secondary school. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply. I beg to second.
Order, Honorable Members. Order, Honorable Members. Order. Honorable Members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the report of the Committee of Supply on its consideration of Supplementary Estimates 1 for the financial year 2023-2024 and pass one to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, and Standing Orders 243 approves the issuance of a sum of Kenya shillings 66,201,573,015 from the Consolidated Fund to meet the expenditure for the National Executive, Parliament and Judiciary during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedules incorporating amendments made in the Committee of Supplies. Thank you, Honorable Members, and the mood being that we put the question. And before I put the question, let me thank the members for sitting late and also thank Honorable Chieng for having taken us through that very long Committee of the whole House. Honorable Members, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the report of the Committee of Supply on its consideration of the Supplementary Estimates 1 for the financial year 2022-2023 and pass on to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 and Standing Orders 243, approves an issuance of sum of Kenya shillings 66,201,573,015 from the Consolidated Fund to meet expenditure for the National Executive, Parliament and Judiciary during the year ending 30th June 2024 in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule, incorporating amendments made in the Committee of Supply. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as have a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members who may be upstanding. Honorable members, and the time being now 9:14 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 21st November 2023 at 2:30 p.m.